Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I used to work as an assistant manager at a mall. Not some fancy designer place, just a tired two-story shopping mall off the interstate with flickering neon signs and a food court that always smelled like pretzels and burnt coffee. If you have ever worked retail during December, you know the sound I am talking about. That constant roar in the background, kids screaming, shoes squeaking on tile. The same 20 Christmas songs looping until your brain starts humming them in your sleep. The air vents humming above you. The PA system crackling to life every hour with some fake cheerful voice reminding people about holiday deals. Riverway Mall sounded like that every single night. It smelled like Cinnabon, cheap perfume, wet coats, and old carpet. It felt normal. And that is exactly why what happened still gets under my skin. Back then, our Christmas centerpiece was the Santa set in the middle of the atrium. Big fake tree, plastic candy canes, velvet rope lines. We had a contract with a company called North Star Events. They supplied everything: the throne, the elves, the camera crew, and an older guy named Larry, who had been our Santa for years. I knew Larry. I signed his timesheets. I watched him clock in, clock out, shuffle on his sore knees to the break room after long shifts. When I say our Santa, I mean it. There was a real person behind that suit, on paper, with an ID badge, a background check, a start time, and an end time. That matters, because on the night I am going to tell you about, I was sitting in the tiny security office behind the mall, staring at a wall of security monitors, half listening to "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas" buzzing through the ceiling speakers, when I saw Santa still sitting under the tree. The set was supposed to be closed. The elves were gone. The ropes were taken down. But on camera, in real time, there was a man in a red suit, alone, on the throne, in the middle of my mall. He looked like Santa. Same red, same white fur trim, same hat. But he moved differently. The suit hung on him wrong. The way he turned his head was sharper, faster. He did not slouch the way Larry did. He kept looking around like he was waiting for something, or someone. We thought he was the hired Santa we had seen all December, until I picked up the phone, called North Star, and they told me their Santa had gone home an hour earlier. That was the moment the mall stopped feeling like a safe, boring place I knew too well, and started feeling like a maze I did not control. Because if the man in the red suit under our tree was not Larry, then he was somebody else. And we did not know his name, his face, or what he was doing there with hundreds of kids still walking past him. I am writing this from a second-floor apartment that hums more than it really lives. From the street, it probably looks cozy. 2 windows, one of them glowing a soft yellow from the kitchen. A fake wreath on the door. A string of cheap Christmas lights sagging along the balcony railing. If you were outside on the sidewalk right now, you might picture somebody inside watching a holiday movie, waiting for a microwave to beep. From the inside, it feels different. The building is old enough that you can hear it breathe. The HVAC in the wall behind my couch lets out a low, steady rumble that you stop hearing until it shuts off. The refrigerator in the kitchen kicks on and off whenever it wants to, buzzing louder than it should. plastic clock over the doorway ticks in an uneven, limping rhythm. Tick, tick, tick. Every few seconds, a car rolls past on the road out front, tires whispering over cold pavement. Farther away, the interstate never really stops. I live a few blocks off I-84, and at night the freeway sounds like a river somebody forgot to turn off. A low rushing under everything else. On the table in front of me, my laptop screen glows a flat white. The cursor blinks at the top of an empty email draft addressed to a horror channel on YouTube. They have one of those forms where people like me can send in true stories. I have stared at that page more times than I want to admit. Tonight, I finally typed my name in the little box, and now I am sitting here listening to the building hum, trying to figure out how to begin. The problem is, I am not a ghost person. I do not have a story about shadow figures at the foot of my bed, or a Ouija board that worked too well, or a house that whispered my name through the vents. I have always been the guy rolling his eyes at those videos. The stuff that scares me has never been anything with claws or horns. It is the things that look normal, right up until the second they are not. The kind of thing you could tell at a break room table and have 3 people say, "You know what? Something like that happened where I used to work." For 10 years, I worked as an assistant manager at a shopping center called Riverway Mall. If you have driven through this part of the state, there is a good chance you passed it without noticing. It sits in that dead zone right off the highway, where all the big box stores and chain restaurants cluster together. From I-84, it is just another low rectangle of concrete and glass, behind a sea of parking spaces and light poles. Most of my job was not exciting. Afternoons bled into evenings in a routine of unlocking service doors, answering calls from store managers about overflowing toilets, and dealing with shoplifters who were more stupid than dangerous. After 9:30 at night, when the last of the crowds thinned out, the mall took on this strange second life. The main lights dimmed, the security gates rattled down, and the only people left were cleaning crews, night security, and me, shuffling paperwork in a tiny office that smelled like burnt coffee and old carpet. If you have never been in a mall after closing, it is hard to explain how different it feels. During the day, it is all sound and light and movement. At night, with the storefronts dark and the music turned down low, you hear the bones of the place. The whir of the floor scrubber echoing down an empty hallway. The static crackle of the PA system when someone forgets to turn a mic off. The buzz of the neon signs in the food court, cycling between too bright and almost dead. That was my world. I knew every blind corner, every camera angle, every weird noise the building made when it settled in the cold. I was comfortable there, in that stale, humming quiet. I would sit in the security office with my feet up, watching the wall of monitors and listening to Christmas music, looping through the ceiling speakers every December. And I honestly believed that nothing truly bad could happen in a place that ordinary. I do not believe that anymore. The Christmas season of 2016 was the first time I remember feeling unsafe in a place that was supposed to be safe. Not spooked by a dark shape caught in my peripheral vision, but really deeply aware that something was wrong and that I might be the only person in the building who noticed. Nothing I'm about to tell you involves a corpse. There were no bloody footprints, no headlines about a body found behind a dumpster. If that is what you are looking for, you might as well click away now. What I have is worse, in a way. It is a story about a man who walked into my mall, dressed as somebody every kid is taught to trust. Sat down in the middle of hundreds of people and almost walked a child out of the building right under all of our noses. I think about it every time I hear Christmas music in a public place now. Back then, the playlist at Riverway Mall was 20 songs long, all the standard stuff. Jingle Bells, Deck the Halls, Frosty the Snowman, over and over until the lyrics stopped meaning anything. There was one version of Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas that the system loved too much. It would get stuck on the same line in the chorus, stuttering it twice before moving on, like the track skipped in the same spot every night. The first few times it happened, the girls at the perfume kiosk laughed about it. By the end of the month, that little glitch made the hair on my arms stand up. You start to notice patterns when you live with the same noises long enough. The way the HVAC always kicks back on a couple seconds after the song ends. The way the floor scrubber passes the atrium at the same time every night. The way the whole building seems to exhale all at once right after closing, when the last customer leaves and the doors lock with that heavy final sound. Tonight, sitting in this apartment with the freeway humming outside, that song came on the radio in my kitchen. Not the mall speakers this time, just a cheap little radio on the counter. It hit the chorus, and for one awful second, it stuttered in the exact same way the old mall system used to. 2 beats on the same line, a hiccup in the middle of the word Merry, before it corrected itself and kept playing. In the space between those repeated notes and the hiss of the HVAC kicking back in, I could see the monitors in that cramped office, like they were in front of me again. I could see the fake snow on the plastic tree. I could see the red suit on the throne under the lights. And I realized that if I do not put this somewhere outside my own head, I am going to carry it alone until the day I die. So here it is. If you were at Riverway Mall on a Saturday night in December of 2016, and you let your kid sit on Santa's lap, there is a chance you met the wrong man and never knew it. If you had walked into Riverway Mall on a December afternoon back then, you would not have thought twice about it. That is the part that bothers me the most now. From the outside, it was as unremarkable as any other 2-story shopping center stitched to the edge of an interstate exit. A faded sign with the name in block letters. A couple of sad little trees trying to survive in concrete planters. A flag whipping itself to shreds on a pole near the road. The parking lot spread out like a gray lake, lined with crooked rows of sedans, minivans, and trucks, all dusted white with salt and old snow. Shopping carts sat abandoned in the wrong places. Light poles hummed even in daylight. Those tall, skinny ones with orange sodium heads that made everything look a little jaundiced once the sun dropped. You would push through the heavy glass main doors, and the first thing that hit you would not be the visuals. It would be the smell. Mixed together in the air was the permanent scent of mall life. Pretzels baking in oil at the kiosk near the entrance. Frosting sugar from Cinnabon. Something fried and greasy from the food court upstairs. And a faint, oddly clean note of chlorine drifting from the kids' play area by the central fountain. Add on top of that the cold wool of coats, wet boots, cheap perfume, and the waxy smell of plastic decorations, and you have Riverway Mall in one breath. The building itself was simple. 2 floors in a wide rectangle wrapped around a big open atrium in the middle. The atrium was where the fake tree went up every year. A 30-foot artificial pine that came out of storage in labeled pieces and took a whole crew half a day to assemble. Railings on both levels circled it, wrapped in green garland with red bows. JCPenney sat on one end as an anchor, all beige and fluorescent. On the other side was a smaller anchor store that changed names so often I still have to think to remember which logo was there that year. Between those anchors was the usual lineup you can probably picture without me listing them. Foot Locker, with its black and white stripes and wall of sneakers. Bath and Body Works, breathing out a cloud of warm vanilla and eucalyptus that invaded the hallway every time the door opened. A game store with blue carpeting and flashing demo screens. Kiosks everywhere, like mushrooms after rain. Phone cases, jewelry, knockoff colognes, personalized Christmas ornaments. Upstairs was the food court. Plastic tables, scuffed floors, screaming kids. A slice place that called itself New York style, even though nobody from New York would have recognized it. A fried chicken place, a burger chain, a cheap Chinese spot with steam tables and heat lamps. When it was busy, the sound from the food court rolled down the escalators and into the atrium, mixing with whatever holiday song was playing to make one long, tired roar. Somewhere above all, that was my little corner. The security and management office was tucked away on the second floor, behind an unmarked door near the restrooms. You would not notice it unless you knew it was there. Inside was a narrow hallway with bulletin boards full of outdated flyers. And at the end of that hallway was the room where I spent most of my time, the camera office. It was not glamorous. A low ceiling with humming fluorescent tubes that turned everyone a sickly shade. A wooden desk that had been there longer than I had, its edges worn smooth and peeling. The carpet was a dull gray patchwork sprinkled with coffee stains and bits of rock salt from winter boots. The room always felt a few degrees warmer than the rest of the mall, thanks to the equipment. Along one wall sat the heart of it all, a stack of metal DVR units and a bank of monitors showing live feeds from 9, sometimes 12 different cameras at once. Each frame was its own little moving postcard. The north entrance doors, the west lot, the JCPenney hallway, the food court, the Santa set, the loading dock, the back corridors behind the stores. There was a slight delay on some of them, less than a second, just enough to make it feel like you were watching the building dream about itself. The monitors gave off a faint, persistent heat. The little fans in the DVRs whined in the background, a high mechanical whir that blended into the low hum of the HVAC. It was the kind of noise that disappeared if you stopped thinking about it and jumped back into your awareness if there was even the smallest break in it. My job was not just sitting there staring, but I did a lot of that. As assistant mall manager, I bounced between the desk and the rest of the building all day. I checked cameras if a store called about someone suspicious hanging around their entrance. I walked the back halls and unlocked deliveries doors for trucks on schedule, then locked them again so nobody slipped in behind them. I took reports about shoplifters who stuffed a hoodie full of cologne bottles or slipped shoes into a backpack. Most of the time, those thieves were bored teenagers and desperate adults, sloppy and obvious. In between all that, there was paperwork, incident reports, maintenance requests, emails from corporate. I would fill those out at that beat-up desk with a paper cup of bad coffee within reach, always from the same kiosk, listening to the PA system crackle to life over my head every so often. Attention Riverway shoppers. Maintenance to the men's room outside JCPenney. Security to the south entrance. Even the voice on the PA became part of the background. I knew the cadences of the employees who grabbed the mic. the young girl from customer service who always sounded too cheerful, the maintenance guy who mumbled, the store manager who read announcements like he was being punished. December layered its own sounds on top. Holiday music on a loop, jingle bells in one of the tracks, mixing with the metallic ring of carts and the beeping of registers. When you hear the same 20 songs every shift for weeks, they stop sounding like music and start sounding like some kind of coded signal you are not quite picking up. There were people woven into that pattern of noise and light. Rick, for one. Rick was our head of security. Mid-40s, soft around the middle, with the kind of mustache that looked like it had given up halfway through being grown. He always wore the same slightly too tight uniform shirt, radio clipped to his shoulder, keys jangling at his hip. His voice was permanently hoarse, the kind you get from years of smoking and yelling over crowds. He had the attitude of a man who had seen enough stupidity to be tired of it, but not enough real danger to stay on edge. Seen too much, but still kind of lazy, is the best way I can put it. He would lumber through the halls, hands on his belt, nodding to store managers, taking his time answering calls that did not sound urgent. But when something sounded even a little off in his radio, he moved faster than you would think a guy with that belly could move. Then there was Larry. Larry was our Santa. Not our, as in the mall owned him, but that is how everyone referred to him. He worked for an outside company called North Star Events, who had the contract to run the Photos with Santa setup every year. But Larry had been coming back to Riverway for several seasons in a row, long enough that the regulars recognized him without the beard. He was in his 60s, with a real white beard that spilled down over a very real, very solid belly. He walked slowly, like his knees hurt. When he laughed, it shook his shoulders, but did not quite reach his eyes, because he was always a little tired. Still, he was gentle with the kids, never pushed them if they cried, always waved at the ones too shy to come close. North Star did things properly. They brought the throne chair, covered in green velvet, with carved wooden arms. They brought the big cardboard arch painted to look like a toy workshop. They set up rope stanchions to make a winding line. Next to the setup, there was always a standee sign that read, "Photos with Santa" by North Star Events Hours, 11 Makawai a.m., 7 p.m. They had 2 teenagers dressed as elves working with him most days. One handled the line, distracting kids, taking payments from parents, asking for names. The other worked the camera and printer, getting people in and out as fast as possible. There was a rhythm to it. Kid climbs into Santa's lap. Photo. Maybe a short conversation. Candy cane. Next. When the line died down, Santa would wave at people walking by, never leaving the little patch of carpet around the throne. The rules were clear. Those hours on the sign were it. At 7 in the evening, the line closed. If people walked up after that, the elves would tell them to come back tomorrow. Once the last kid was done, Santa would stand up slowly, stretch his back, and shuffle off behind the backdrop into the service corridor, escorted by one of the elves or a North Star supervisor. They would break down the camera equipment, cover the throne, and turn off the extra lights. Santa was not supposed to be out there without staff. Santa was not supposed to be anywhere in that costume once the booth was closed. That was the system. That was the safe, boring structure I trusted. Now, looking back, I can see the first crack in it, even if I did not recognize it as one at the time. A couple of weeks before the night with the boy in the blue jacket, I was in the camera office after hours, half watching a block of recorded footage at 4 times speed. There had been a small issue earlier that day, a complaint about somebody messing around near the ATM after closing, and I was scrubbing through the previous night to see if it was a pattern. Most of it was nothing. The floor scrubber making its rounds in slow circles, a janitor wheeling trash bags, empty hallways, the occasional cleaning cart moving past. Once in a while, a security guard strolling through the frame. Then, around 10:45 p.m., on one of the cameras pointed at the atrium, a shape flickered into view. I slowed the video down. The tree was dark. The Santa set had been broken down for the night. No throne, no arch, just a bare patch of floor and a few extension cords coiled like snakes. In the middle of that empty space stood a man in a red hoodie and jeans, back to the camera. On his head was one of those cheap Santa hats you buy at gas stations. He stood there for maybe 10 seconds, looking up at the second floor railing where the set usually backed up to, then turned and walked out of frame. I watched it twice, then scoffed under my breath. My brain filled in the explanation automatically. Some member of the cleaning crew goofing off. A seasonal employee from one of the stores, still in whatever they had worn to a holiday party. A joke, nothing more. I did not zoom in. I did not pull the timestamp or make a note. I hit fast forward and let the footage blur into the next empty hour. Sitting here now, fingers hovering over this keyboard, I can still see that red hoodie and that floppy hat in my memory, standing in exactly the spot where the throne would be rolled out the next morning. Back then, it was just another odd little moment in a sea of grainy black and white. Now, it is the frame my brain keeps replaying at 3 in the morning, the one I would give anything to go back and look at more closely. My first real December shift that year started on a Thursday. It was that strange in-between week when Thanksgiving was already over, but the true Christmas rush had not hit yet. The decorations were all up. The sales signs were screaming red percentages in every window, but the crowds were still warming up. I clocked in a little before 3 in the afternoon, like always. The mall at that hour felt almost relaxed. A handful of older couples walking slowly with paper cups of coffee. A few moms pushing strollers, stopping to let toddlers stare at the big fake tree. Background chatter, the faint clink of forks from the food court upstairs, a kid crying somewhere out of sight. The holiday music had already started its cycle. Riverway's playlist was about 20 songs long, all licensed, all thoroughly overplayed. They came in through small, round speakers recessed in the ceiling. It was never loud enough to feel like a concert, but it was always loud enough that you could not quite get away from it. Jingle Bell Rock, Winter Wonderland, Deck the Halls, Frosty the Snowman. By 5 o'clock, the energy picked up. Traffic from the highway spilled into the parking lot. SUVs and sedans swung around the lanes looking for spots closer to the doors. The entrance mats got wet and slick from snow melting off boots. Inside, the aisles filled up with people who had just gotten off work, faces still carrying the day with them, kids tugging their sleeves toward the Santa set. From 5 to 7, it was the kind of busy that blurred together. The PA system called for cleanup in the food court twice. A teenager slipped in front of the pretzel stand and insisted she was fine even as she winced. A manager from a clothing store asked me to review footage of a girl in a giant parka who definitely stole 3 pairs of leggings. I drank my first bad coffee of the evening and tried not to think about how many hours were left. By 8, The crowd thinned just enough to see the tile again. People do not disappear all at once. A family here, a group of teens there, a little kid being hauled toward the exits by a tired father. The hum of voices softens. The line at the Santa set shortens, then disappears. Stores that close earlier pull down their gates with a metal rattle. The maintenance guys begin hovering like vultures with brooms and bins, waiting for the last stragglers to leave a table so they can wipe it down. The music keeps playing. Somewhere in that early December fog of work and noise, on a night that should have been as forgettable as any other, the first wrong thing happened. And it was so small that if it had been anything other than sound, I might not have noticed it at all. I was in the camera office, alone. The monitors flickered quietly in front of me, each little box showing its own version of the same evening. On one screen, a couple arguing in low gestures outside a jewelry store. On another, the Santa set, where a little girl in a red sweater turned to look nervously at the camera as her mother fussed with her hair before sending her toward Larry's lap. "Have yourself a merry little Christmas" came on. I had heard that version a dozen times already that day. By then, I knew the arrangement without thinking. When the strings came in, when the piano dipped, the exact point where the singer's voice softened on the word "Merry." It was halfway through the chorus, right when it should have run smoothly together like it always did, that the speakers glitched. The line snagged, like a CD catching on a scratch. "Have yourself a merry little, merry little, merry little." It repeated 3 times, not perfectly, but close enough that the word blurred together. For a second or two, the ceiling speaker stuttered, the singer's voice looping over itself. Then there was a flat, ugly hiss, a click I felt more than heard, and the song cut off mid-syllable. Silence dropped across the mall in a way I was not used to. You never realize how many layers of noise there are until one of them disappears. For a handful of heartbeats, I heard everything else too clearly. A child laughing from somewhere off camera. The wheels of a cart rolling over tile. The dry cough of the HVAC in the wall behind me. The faint, tinny feedback of a radio at the security desk next door. Then a new song snapped on, something upbeat and full of bells, and the spell broke. The mall went back to being what it always was, a noisy box full of people spending money under fluorescent lights. I remember poking my head out of the office and calling to the kid at the security desk. "You hear that?" I asked. He shrugged, without looking up from whatever game he was playing on his phone. "Yeah, sound system's been doing that all week. It says it's just the old amp. Facility issue. Technical glitch. Not horror. Not yet. That whole month, the building seemed to collect those tiny, annoying flaws." On the monitor that showed the north parking lot, the camera started developing a permanent snow over the image, a light static like a failed TV channel that fuzzed over the headlights and turned the distant tree line into a grainy smear. Maintenance said snow getting into the housing might have messed with the lens, but they would not be able to get a new camera approved until after the holidays. One of the emergency exit doors near the food court started sending "door ajar" alerts to our panel, even when it was visibly closed and latched. A little red light would blink and a soft tone would beep at the security desk, then stop on its own a few seconds later. Rick checked it twice, tugging on the bar, banging the frame with his fist. Solid. Locked. "Sensors probably just oversensitive," he grumbled and moved on. The alarm panel lit up a couple of times with disturbances at the west loading dock, only for us to check the cameras and see nothing but drifting snow and a raccoon digging in the trash. Every one of those things was easy to explain. Old building, old wiring, winter, moisture in the wrong places. A system pushed a little too hard, for a few years too long. At the time, I filed them that way in the back of my mind. Little flags that said, "Tell maintenance later," not "Remember this could matter." If you work in a place like that long enough, you learn not to jump at every blinking light. It is only when you start to lay them out on a timeline that the hairs on your arms start to lift. The glitch in "Have yourself a merry little Christmas" always seemed to hit around the same window in the evening, right before the Santa set closed for the day. Somewhere between 6:30 and 7, when the line was thinning, when the parents were checking their watches and deciding if they had time for one last photo before home. The north lot camera snow got worse right as the early dark of winter really settled in. Around the same week, the Santa hours extended on weekends. That faulty emergency exit sensor near the food court? It only ever seemed to beep once the Santa throne was empty and the extra lights in the atrium went off. By themselves, none of those details are proof of anything. Together, in hindsight, they feel like a series of quiet knocks you do not hear until the person on the other side is already in the room. Outside, that first December evening, the weather was exactly what you would expect. By 8 o'clock, a dusting of new snow had started to fall, soft and fine, just enough to turn the parking lot into a blurry watercolor under the lamps. Cars came and went, their tires crunching over old frozen slush and fresh powder. There was always a particular squeaking grind they made when they rolled through the furthest rows, the sound of rubber and ice negotiating under all that weight. Every time the main doors opened, a slice of cold air knifed through the warm mall air, bringing with it a brief whistle of wind and the muffled roar of the highway. Then the doors would sigh shut, and the building would seal itself back up, humming with lights and bodies and canned cheer. Somewhere between those ins and outs, between the skipping chorus and the silent half seconds, between a blinking door sensor and a snow-filled camera feed, something else slipped into our routine. The first I heard of it did not come from a siren or an alarm. It came from a cheap black and white flyer, thumb-tacked crookedly to the employee bulletin board, next to a schedule and an old notice about a CPR training session. I noticed it one afternoon on my way past. A headline in block letters, "Missing." A grainy photo of a boy, maybe 8 or 9, staring straight at the camera with that serious school picture expression. Underneath, a name, a date, a town in another state, gone from a mall I had never heard of. At the bottom of the sheet, in small print, was a logo I did recognize, North Star Events. I stood there just long enough to read the basics. Age, last seen wearing a blue jacket, last seen near the Santa set. Then my radio crackled. Someone needed me at the south entrance, and I moved on. By the end of my shift, I could barely remember the boy's features, just that he looked like every kid, and no kid in particular, frozen in that washed-out photocopy gray. Back then, I never connected an out-of-town missing kid flyer with the old man in the red suit sitting under our fake tree. Now I am not so sure. People like to believe that anything involving children and Christmas must be pure by default. They see a man in a red suit under a glowing tree and assume there is an entire army of adults somewhere behind him, checking, double-checking, making sure he is exactly who he says he is. They figure there are background checks, interviews, screens, some kind of invisible firewall between their kids and anything that could go wrong. And they are not completely wrong. There is a system. I sat through it. I helped run parts of it. That is why what happened later feels less like one bad night and more like a hairline crack running all the way through the foundation. At Riverway, the mall did not hire Santa directly. We were not scrolling Craigslist for jolly old men with their own beards. Every holiday season, corporate renewed a contract with a company called North Star Events. North Star specialized in Christmas. Santa packages, photo booths, fake snow, all that. They brought the suit, the throne, the elves, the camera crew, even the portable printers that spat out glossy photos for parents to stick on their refrigerators. On paper, it was neat and clean. The contract was a fat stack of pages in a binder in my manager's office, full of clauses and fine print. North Star would provide one primary Santa and at least 2 assistants on any scheduled day. Santa would remain within the designated set area at all times while in costume. Santa was not allowed to leave the set without a North Star staff member. Santa had to adhere to mall security protocols. North Star accepted liability for any claims connected to their staff's behavior. Even the geography of it was mapped. The set area was marked on a laminated diagram of the atrium, a rectangle around the throne, the backdrop, the prop presents stacked artfully to one side. A yellow line indicated the path Santa should take to and from the set through the service corridor, away from public view. There were security notes in the margin. No public access to the back hallway during Santa transitions. Escort required. Before the season kicked in, we had what corporate called a holiday readiness meeting. We met in the small conference room behind the management office, the one with buzzing lights and a sad fake plant turning gray in the corner. The general manager sat at the head of the table with a notepad and a stack of printed agendas. I sat to his right, my own notepad mostly blank. Rick was there in his security polo, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed over his stomach, radio turned down low on his belt. 2 representatives from North Star sat across from us, a woman in her 30s in a red blazer and a younger guy with a laptop open in front of him. The air smelled like dry erase marker and old coffee. "All right," the GM said, tapping the agenda. "Let's go through this and get everyone on the same page. We're expecting a 10 to 15% bump in foot traffic weekends, more on the last Saturday. Parking overflows going to hit the north lot and the restaurant strip. We're extending holiday hours on the 18th, 19th, and 20th so stores can run late. I want security visible, but not looming. Friendly, festive, that kind of thing." Rick grunted something that could have been agreement. The North Star woman smiled with the practiced ease of someone who had delivered the same spiel in half a dozen other malls that week. She pulled a glossy folder from her bag and slid copies across the table. "Our Santa activation dates, our staffing plan, and our emergency protocols," she said. "As you can see, we're running 11 to 7 most days, with some 10 to 8 on high-volume weekends, if that's all right with you. All our Santas are background checked. We carry full liability coverage. We'll handle all equipment, lines, and photo sales. We just need your support on crowd flow and any security incidents." Crowd flow, security incidents, all very tidy. She clicked a remote and brought up a slideshow on the TV mounted in the corner. Images of their previous setups flashed by. Kids on Santa's lap, parents smiling, lights twinkling. It was the same everywhere. The same throne, the same arch. Different shopping centers swapped into the background like interchangeable wallpapers. "This is Larry," she said at one point, pausing on a photo of a Santa in full costume, holding a baby who was mid-scream. "He's been with North Star for years. He'll be your primary Santa here at Riverway again this season. Kids love him. Parents love him. He's familiar with your layout already." As if on cue, there was a knock at the door. The younger North Star rep got up and opened it, and there he was, Larry, without the suit. It always throws people the first time they see Santa out of uniform. You get so used to the icon, the red, the white, the belly, that the man underneath almost feels like an imposter. Larry was shorter than you would expect, with a thick middle and thinning white hair combed back. His beard was real and still impressive, though not quite as storybook perfect without the styling. He wore a plaid shirt tucked into dark jeans and held his hat politely in one hand. "Afternoon," he said, his voice softer than the booming "ho ho ho" he would use later. "Sorry I'm late. Parking's already a mess out there." We went around the table, names and handshakes. When he shook mine, his palm was dry and warm, grip firm but not crushing. Ordinary. We went through the motions. The GM asked about expected photo packages per day. The North Star woman talked about upselling ornaments and digital downloads. Rick ran through the basics of what to do if a child got lost, if a parent became aggressive, if anyone loitered near the set without a kid. "We'll have at least one North Star staff member on either side of Santa at all times," the woman assured him. "Our elves are trained to spot red flags. And of course, all of our employees know your security number if they need backup." Larry spoke up then, smiling under his beard. "I've been doing this a long time," he said. "You get a feel for people. Most kids are nervous at first, but you talk to them, ask them what they want for Christmas, they loosen up. You can spot the ones who are really scared. You don't push those. No picture's worth a meltdown, and if they pee on the chair," he chuckled, "well, that's why I bring a spare pair of pants." Everyone laughed politely. Even Rick smiled. It felt safe, controlled. There was comfort in the bureaucracy of it all. Contracts, policies, background checks, emergency plans. A man with a decades-long career in being Santa, and a company whose entire business depended on not screwing this up. If you had paused the room right then and asked me if I felt uneasy about any of it, I would have said no. Everything about the setup was designed to make people like me relax. There were check-in sheets for every shift Larry worked. He was required to report to the security office before and after his hours, sign his name, note the time, flash his North Star badge, and his driver's license if a new guard was on. There was a laminated copy of his ID photo pinned to a corkboard by the elevator in the back hallway. Larry M., North Star Santa, authorized access. We had a neat little box drawn around him on a map, and we believed he lived entirely inside it. That meeting could have ended there. Numbers, logistics, everyone shaking hands and going back to their jobs. It almost did. At one point, Larry excused himself to use the restroom. The door shut behind him with a soft click, and the room relaxed into the kind of low-level chatter that fills the air when the main subject is gone. The younger North Star rep leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms over his head, the fabric of his branded hoodie pulling tight across his shoulders. At least this mall still lets us run our own Santas, he said, half to himself, half to the woman in the blazer. Some places switched to freelance guys this year. Less paperwork, less liability, they say. The woman shot him a quick look, the kind of sideways glance people give coworkers when they have just said more than they were supposed to. She cleared her throat. "Well," she said smoothly, "North Star prides itself on consistency. Our partners appreciate knowing exactly who is on their property." Rick snorted. "Freelance Santas," he said. "What, like guys you pick up in the parking lot?" Everyone chuckled. The younger rep laughed too, shoulders loosening again, as if the moment had passed. The GM made a joke about gig economy Santas and moved the meeting back to parking overflow. I did not write that line down in my notes. I did not think about it when I watched Larry suit up for his first day on the throne 2 weeks later. It was just background noise. One more bit of small talk in a season full of it. Years later, sitting in the glow of my laptop, with the highway whispering outside, and the memory of that wrong Santa under our tree burned into my brain, that throwaway sentence is the part that comes back the loudest. Some places switched to freelance guys this year. At the time, it sounded like a joke. Now, it sounds like a warning nobody in the room bothered to hear. Most people only ever see the skin of a mall. They see the polished tile floors, the storefronts, the fake plants, the skylights. They hear the curated sounds, music, announcements, the buzz of conversation. They do not think about what is behind the walls, or how all of that light and noise has to be held up and fed and cleaned. I spent enough time walking the back halls of Riverway that in my mind, the real mall lives back there. Behind almost every storefront, there was a service door. Plain metal, usually painted in institutional gray or beige. If you stepped through one, the world changed immediately. The air went still and colder. The colors drained out of everything. The back of house corridors ran like a second set of veins behind the public ones. Long, straight hallways with low ceilings and scuffed concrete floors, lit by humiliated fluorescent tubes that took a second to flicker on when you hit the switches. The walls were off-white that had given up and turned gray, scuffed with years of carts and boxes. There were dark streaks at shoulder height where people had leaned while sending texts or taking breathers away from customers. Doors lined those halls, metal and uninviting, each one labeled in black block letters. Employees only, mechanical, electrical room, janitorial, service corridor. Some had small wired windows, most did not. A few had keypads installed next to them, little red LEDs winking quietly. Others had nothing but a simple push bar and a sign warning that an alarm would sound if opened. The smell back there was different too. You could still catch hints of the front of house world. Whispers of sugar from Cinnabon, the salty haze of frying oil, a phantom cloud of perfume that had drifted under a door. But mostly, it was other things. Dust that never got properly wiped, just pushed around. Old cardboard, damp concrete, the stale, sour tang that blew in from the dumpster area where the loading dock doors opened onto the back lot. On certain days, especially in winter, when the outside air cut through in sudden drafts, you could catch the faint trace of sweat trapped in jackets hung in employee break rooms and the sharp, clean chemical snap of cleaning supplies. And then there was the air itself. Above your head, the ductwork snaked and crisscrossed, big rectangular vents wrapped in insulation. smaller pipes and cables running alongside them. Some of them rattled quietly when the big industrial HVAC units kicked on, making the ceiling tremble with a low metallic shiver. Other times, a single loose piece of metal inside would slap once, loud and hollow, far down the hall, and you could not immediately tell if it was that or a door. A lot of the time, the back hall sounded like nothing. Silence in a place like that is not really silence, though. It is layers of small, persistent sounds that your brain flattens into a background. There was always the deep bass hum of the air handlers, a long, steady that you could feel in your jaw more than hear. The occasional distant clank from an air vent when the pressure shifted. The soft trickle of water through pipes in the walls. Somewhere far away, the whine of a vacuum cleaner getting dragged over thresholds. If you stopped walking and held your breath, you might hear the muffled echo of a child laughing from the sales floor, or the crash of something dropped in a stockroom, but it came filtered and distant, as if through a dream. Security had a few cameras back there, but they were mostly at intersections and key doors. The public areas got priority. There is only so much budget, only so many cameras you can get approved when you are not a high-crime location, and corporate likes to spend their money where customers can see the results. Most days, that choice made sense, until it did not. The employee restrooms that served the Santa set were in one of those corridors behind the atrium. If you walked past the Santa backdrop and through a plain door marked staff only, you would find yourself in a stretch of hallway that hooked left and right. One direction led toward a storage room where North Star kept their props and costume racks. The other led to a pair of doors with printed signs taped to them, men and women. We had one camera mounted up in the corner of the ceiling at the bend. It was angled down to give us a view of the door Santa was supposed to use going to and from the set, and of the restrooms. In theory, it covered everything. In reality, the frame was narrow, and the hallway itself had just enough depth that if someone stood in the right place against the wall, you would only see a shoulder, an elbow, or nothing at all. I knew that. I saw it every time I pulled up that feed. At the start of the year, before the holiday madness, I had been given a form to sign off on camera coverage, a diagram of the mall, arrows where each camera pointed, notes about blind spots. I remember standing there with a pen in my hand, looking at that small square labeled Atrium Service Hall, EMP restrooms, noticing that the camera cone did not quite reach the end of the corridor. Coverage acceptable? The GM had asked, already half-turned toward his next task. Yeah, I said, and signed my name. You tell yourself that you cannot put a camera on every inch of wall, that people need some privacy in staff areas, that budgets are finite. You convince yourself that the odds of something truly bad happening in that exact 10-foot stretch of hallway are low enough to ignore. You move on, because that is what the job requires. Later, when you are lying in bed at 4 a.m, staring at the ceiling and listening to your own house hum, you replay your hand scrawling those 3 letters, okay, and you wonder if you did not, in some small way, open a door for something. Walking those back halls after hours was always when the building felt the most like it belonged to itself. Front of house, the Christmas music softened as the night wore on. The volume turned down to match the dwindling crowds. Back here, it was barely audible, just a ghostly echo leaking through drywall and vents. A snatch of melody with no lyrics. A line of bells that sounded strangely flat once stripped of cheer. There were nights when I liked it, when the emptiness was a relief. No one asking questions, no one tugging on my sleeve. Just me and the buzzing lights and the hum of machines, checking exterior doors and peeking into stockrooms to nod at tired employees refolding shirts. And there were nights when the quiet got under my skin. I remember one in particular, not long after the season started, before everything that matters in this story happened. We had closed for the night. The main lights were down. The Santa set stood dark and abandoned in the atrium, the tree twinkling above it for no one. Larry had clocked out at 7 on the dot that day. I had seen him sign the sheet myself. Around a little after 7, maybe 7:05 by my watch, Rick and I were doing a walkthrough of the service corridors near the atrium. It was part of our routine. Make sure no one had slipped back there and fallen asleep in a stockroom. No doors left propped open, nothing obviously off. Our boots thudded dully on the concrete. The air in the hall was cooler than the storefronts, tinged with that mix of dust and old food from the dumpsters. Above us, the ductwork hummed and rattled. We turned a corner and started down the stretch that led toward the emergency exit by the far wall. The red exit sign glowed at the end like a tiny portal, casting a faint sheen on the floor. That was when we heard it. At first, I thought it was just another sound from the pipes. A thin, reedy noise that did not quite fit with the deeper hums and clanks I was used to. But after a second or two, my brain resolved it into something recognizable. Someone was whistling. The notes floated toward us from the direction of the exit door, clear and oddly bright against the dull background. 2 bars, rising and falling in a pattern that I did not want to admit I recognized. Jingle bells. Not the whole song, not even a full phrase, just that opening bit. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, over and over, like someone idly whistling while they waited for something. Rick slowed his pace beside me. We looked at each other, eyebrows up, then both turned our eyes down the hall. There was no one there. We kept walking, our steps loud now against the concrete. The whistle cut off abruptly. The last note seemed to hang in the air, mingling with the soft rush of air from the vents. When we reached the exit door, the metal push bar was still in place. The alarm panel above it glowed a calm, unbothered green. No red lights flashing, no buzzers complaining. Through the narrow, wired glass window set into the top half, I could see a slice of the outside lot. Dark asphalt, a smear of snow, one lonely light pole shivering in the wind. The door itself shuddered gently every few seconds, a subtle tremor you could feel through your fingers if you set your palm against it. The wind outside was pushing just hard enough to rattle it in its frame. The little metal latch at the top clicked every once in a while as it bumped. Rick pressed his hand flat on the door, then shook it like a man testing a fence. "Wind," he said, shrugging. "Gets in the vents, makes all kinds of weird noises." He was probably right. He usually was about things like that. But I remember the way the sound had carried, the way the notes had kept their shape, the way it had seemed to slow when we came around the corner, like whoever, or whatever, was making it had noticed us. "What time is it?" I asked, more to distract myself than anything. Rick checked his watch, the cheap digital display glowing bluish in the hallway light. 7:05, he said. "Santa's already out of here and halfway to his car by now." We moved on. There were other doors to jiggle, other dark corners to sign off on. The Jingle Bells whistle got filed away in my head under strange but explainable. I did not write a report about it. I did not pull the camera footage from that hallway, though there was a camera mounted just behind us that might have shown something if there was anything to see. It was only later, after everything, when I started going back over that December with a magnifying glass in my memory, that the timestamp stuck out. 7:05 p.m. A few minutes after Larry had gone out of costume and supposedly left the building through a completely different exit. A few minutes after the old familiar Santa had stepped off stage. A few minutes maybe before something else stepped in. The first real crack in the Santa illusion did not come from a camera or an alarm. It came from a mother. It was a Saturday afternoon, the kind that feels like one long continuous noise. The kind where you stop hearing individual sounds and just feel a pressure building behind your eyes. By noon, the parking lot was a slow-moving disaster. Cars circling, brake lights flaring, people fighting over spots close to the doors. Inside, coats dripped meltwater onto the mats. The smell of wet wool and cheap candy mixed with cinnamon and fryer grease. Every time the main doors opened, a blast of cold air swept through, bringing with it a swarm of red noses and chapped hands. The Santa line was a living thing that day. It started at the velvet rope in front of the throne and snaked back through the atrium, folding in on itself in soft red and green waves. Kids in puffy jackets, hats with pom-poms, mittens hanging from their sleeves by strings. Some bounced in place, hyped on sugar and anticipation. Some clung to their parents' legs, eyeing the man in red with suspicion. Parents stood in boots and sneakers, holding spots with one foot while juggling phones, purses, diaper bags. From my spot near the security desk, I could hear the Santa setup without even looking at it. The camera shutter made a particular click every time the North Star teen hit the button. Click. Pause. Whir, as the printer spat out a warm, chemical-smelling strip of glossy paper. Over that, one of the elves, a girl with glitter on her cheeks and pointy shoes that squeaked on the tile, called cheerfully, "Next! Who's next? One more for Santa. Big smiles, guys!" Kids shouted. One screamed, a high, sharp note that cut through the music for a second before collapsing into laughter. Somewhere nearby, a little boy announced too loudly that he had to pee. A baby wailed as soon as it got within 3 feet of the throne. Parents laughed nervously, apologized, posed, shuffled forward. I could see it all on one of the monitors in front of me, the Santa feed taking up a corner of the wall. Larry sat on the green velvet throne, the big tree shimmering behind him, floodlights washing everything in a warm, fake glow. He leaned in close to each child, his beard spilling over his chest, his gloved hands resting lightly on their shoulders or folded on his lap. His mouth moved in questions I could not hear through the glass and plastic. On days like that, part of my job was just being visible. Standing near the main desk in my badge and lanyard, answering simple questions, pointing people to restrooms, breaking up the occasional near argument between strangers who both swore they had been next in line somewhere. I was halfway through a lukewarm coffee, watching a group of teenagers try to take selfies with a giant plastic nutcracker, when she came up to the desk. She was in her mid-30s maybe, with her hair pulled back in a tight ponytail and a winter coat that still had the tags tucked into the collar like she had bought it that day. Her cheeks were flushed, not from the cold, but from something tighter. She kept glancing over her shoulder toward the Santa set. "Excuse me," she said, leaning in a little. "Are you with the mall?" Like management, not just security? That's me, I said. What's going on? She lowered her voice, as if afraid of being overheard by the decorations. Is that the same Santa you always have? She asked. The same guy? I glanced at the monitor, then over at the real scene. The crowd shifted just enough that I could see Larry's profile. Red suit, white beard, the same round face I recognized. Yes, ma'am, I said. That's Larry. He's been here a few years now. Is there a problem? She hesitated, chewing the inside of her cheek. I don't know, she said finally. Maybe I'm being weird. He just looks different today. And his voice sounded different, deeper, rougher. And he kept asking my son how old he was, like 3 times, in kind of a strange way. My stomach did a little flip. I kept my tone as even as I could. Did he say anything inappropriate? I asked. Touch your son in any way you didn't like? We take that very seriously. No, she said quickly. No, nothing like that. He didn't do anything. It felt off. I can't explain it. He was staring at my boy like he was trying to remember something. And when I told him my son was 5, he said, 5. That's a good age. But the way he said it, she shivered, hugging her arms around herself. It gave me the creeps. Maybe I'm just sensitive. People came up to desks like ours all the time with feelings they could not back up. You learn to sort them into piles. Legitimate concerns, misunderstandings, generalized anxiety. This sounded like it could be any of those. Thank you for telling me, I said. Really. I'll keep an eye on things, and I can have someone talk to him if anything else seems off. If you remember anything specific he said that bothered you, let me know. She nodded, still looking uncertain, then turned and went back to where her son was waiting with his father near a bench, clutching a small candy cane in one hand and the photo envelope in the other. I went straight for the monitor. On the screen, Larry was sitting with a little girl in a sparkly red dress. He leaned down, said something that made her face brighten. The corners of his eyes crinkled. He looked tired around the edges, the way anyone does on a long shift, but he did not look different. I thumbed the joystick on the control panel and zoomed in as far as the camera would allow. The pixels swam for a second, then steadied. It was Larry. Same blue eyes, same lines in his forehead, same way his mouth pulled slightly to one side when he smiled. The beard was his, not some cheap elastic strap that dug into his cheeks. On the next family, he laughed, shoulders shaking. On the one after that, he did the thing I had seen a dozen times, pretending to strain under the weight of an older kid who insisted on sitting on his knee, groaning dramatically while the parents laughed. He did not look like a stranger. Still, the mother's words clung to me like a burr. When his line finally died down a little, and the elves put the "back in 10 minutes" sign on a stand, I slipped away from the desk and cut through the side corridor to the break room. The employee break room was a windowless space tucked behind a shoe store, with vending machines against one wall and a mismatched collection of chairs and tables in the middle. A bulletin board sagged under the weight of schedules, lost and found notices, and faded HR memos. The air smelled like microwaved leftovers and burnt popcorn. Larry sat alone at one of the tables. The red suit loosened at the collar. The hat and beard laid carefully on the vinyl seat beside him. Without the costume, he looked smaller, the tiredness in his shoulders more pronounced. He held a sandwich in both hands. pausing mid-bite when I came in. "Hey," I said, grabbing a bottle of water from the vending machine just to have an excuse for being there. "How's the knee holding up?" He chuckled, rubbing one leg with the heel of his hand. "It's the back this year," he said. "These chairs look cushy, but they're murder after a few hours." I sat down across from him. "Got a weird question for you," I said. "Any issues with parents today? Complaints?" He took a sip from his own drink, thinking. "Not more than usual," he said. "Had one kid try to pull my beard clean off. Nearly took my chin with it. Couple of teenagers who thought they were hilarious asking for beer and girlfriends. Why? Someone say something?" "There was a mom at the desk a few minutes ago," I said. "Said you seemed different today. That your voice sounded different. That you asked her kid how old he was more than once." Larry frowned, lines deepening across his forehead. "I ask them how old they are all the time," he said. "Sometimes they mumble. Sometimes the parents answer over them. I try to make sure I get it right. As for my voice," he cleared his throat, which made a rough sound. "Been fighting off something. Dry air in here will sandpaper you from the inside out. But I don't think I said anything weird." He looked genuinely bothered, not defensive. "If I crossed a line, I'd want to know," he added. "Last thing I need is some dad deciding to take a swing at Santa because he thought I was creeping his kid out." "I told her you've been here for years," I said. "That we know you. She didn't say you did anything, just said she felt uncomfortable. People get jumpy around the holidays." He picked up his sandwich again, then set it back down without taking a bite. "If they think I'm creepy," he said, an odd edge of bitterness in his voice, "they should see some of the guys they used to hire back in the 90s. I raised an eyebrow. "Yeah?" He shrugged, looking past me at the soda machine, as if a memory had wandered in that he was not sure he wanted. "Different world back then," he said. "No background checks half the time. Malls would just hire whoever could fill out a suit. I saw some characters, drunks, guys who couldn't keep their hands to themselves. One place I worked, they found out the Easter Bunny had a record. Nothing ever happened at my set, thank God, but let's just say I'm glad companies like North Star have to put things in writing now." He shook his head, then forced a small smile that did not feel entirely convincing. "I show up, I do my job, I go home. I'm too old to be anything but boring." We talked a little longer about schedules and weather, then I left him to his break. His laugh followed me into the hall, softer than his ho ho ho, but still recognizable. On my way back to the security desk, I cut through the hallway with the bulletin board where the employee notices were posted. The missing flyer I had seen before, the boy from another state, the one with the North Star logo in the corner, was gone. In its place was a more generic, laminated sign about holiday overtime policy. I stopped and scanned the board, frowning. Schedules, a reminder about fire exits, a cartoon snowman saying, "Happy Holidays from corporate." No trace of the photocopied face I had half memorized. Later, much later, when I was no longer working there, but still had access to an old archive of internal emails, I found a memo that had gone out from a regional manager around that time. "Please remove all third-party missing person flyers from public and employee areas." It said, "Not our jurisdiction. All inquiries should be directed to local law enforcement. We do not want to cause undue alarm to our shoppers during the holiday season." At the time, it was just one more line in a policy, one more sheet of paper taken down to make room for something else. No one I asked later would admit to being the one who pulled that flyer or even remember seeing it. That is the thing about working in a place like Riverway. The system is built to smooth over anything that might disturb the illusion. A skipping song gets chalked up to an old amp. A faulty door sensor is a maintenance ticket for Monday. A mother's unease becomes customer sensitivity. A missing kid's face is removed from the board so nobody has to think about him while they eat their sandwich. One by one, the little warnings get folded into the noise, until one day you realize the noise has been hiding something you should have heard a lot sooner. The Saturday before Christmas has its own weight. Even if you had never seen a calendar, you could have walked into Riverway Mall that day and felt it in the air. The urgency, the short tempers, the forced cheer clinging to people like static. It was the kind of day that started loud and only got louder. By noon, the parking lot was nearly full. Cars prowled the lanes in slow, irritated loops, turning their blinkers on too early, then changing their minds. Every few seconds, a key fob chirped or honked, beep beep, as somebody locked or unlocked a door. A couple of drivers laid on their horns when someone slid into a space they had been eyeing. A thin crust of old, dirty snow framed the lot, pushed up against the curbs like the remnants of some earlier, softer version of winter that this day did not have time for. I came in at 1. I had slept badly the night before, lying awake longer than I should have, staring at the red numbers on my bedside clock. The mental list of things waiting for me at the mall had marched through my head on loop. Extra staff shifts, store complaints, a leaky pipe over near the south entrance. When the alarm finally went off, it felt less like a signal to wake and more like an accusation. By the time I got to the management office, my eyes already felt grainy. The little back hallway outside the camera room smelled like it always did: industrial cleaner, old coffee, and something faintly metallic from the vent near the ceiling. In the security office, the lights hummed, and the monitors threw their familiar, jittery glow over the desk. I dropped my bag by the chair, signed in on the clipboard, and grabbed my first coffee of the day from the staff pot. It was bitter and slightly burnt, the kind that left a film on your tongue, but it was hot and it was caffeine. The radio on my belt crackled with static and half-formed messages as I clipped it on. Security to food court, spill by, bench, copy, on my way. Customer service to Santa, lost glove. The stack of papers on the desk waiting for me was already an inch thick. Accident reports, maintenance requests, schedule printouts. I flipped through them mechanically while the monitors played the live movie of the building around me. The soundtrack to all of it was louder than usual. Someone had turned up the volume on the Christmas playlist. What had been background most of the month now pushed to the front of my skull. Rockin' around the Christmas tree bounced off tile and glass, cut with the shrieks and giggles of kids and the blunt, flat voices of tired adults. From where I sat, I could hear the mall without even looking at the screens. Upstairs, the food court was full. Trays clattered. Chairs scuffed the floor. A child somewhere threw a tantrum that rose and fell in waves, the cries piercing through the packed air before getting swallowed again by the general roar. Every time someone came or went, the doors at the entrances exhaled a chilly draft that slipped under the office door and brushed my ankles. The Santa line had been long before I even arrived. By 5 o'clock, it was a small organism of its own. On the Santa camera feed, the view was almost festive, if you did not think about it too hard. The 30-foot tree glowed bright and perfect. The throne gleamed under the warm floodlights. The North Star banner promised magical memories in curling script. Larry sat on the throne in full costume, red suit filling the frame, white beard resting on his chest. The two elves flanked him, a teenage girl in green with a clipboard, a teenage boy with a camera dangling from a strap around his neck. The rope line snaked past them, a moving queue of red coats, knit hats, and expectant faces. Every few seconds, the elf's voice floated up through the open office door and into my corner. "Next! Who's next for Santa?" "Okay." Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. The camera shutter made its sharp little click. The small printer on the side table whirred softly, spitting out another strip of photos. Parents stepped forward, wallets already out. Kids hopped off Santa's lap, some beaming, some wiping their eyes, some looking like they were not sure whether to laugh or cry. I watched, half distracted, as I scribbled my way through a form about a broken light fixture and signed off on a schedule change for the janitorial crew. At some point between 5 and 6, a little moment caught my eye on the screen. A girl, 3 years old at most, toddled toward Santa with both hands in the air, then froze 10 feet away. From the camera angle, I could see her profile, the way her lower lip trembled, the way her small shoulders tensed. She looked up at Larry, then back at her mother, who was encouraging her forward with gentle pushes. Larry did the same thing I had seen him do a dozen times. He cupped his gloved hands over his eyes like he was playing peekaboo, then spread his fingers slowly, peeking out at her. The girl's expression shifted. The fear smoothed out, replaced by something softer, curious. She took a hesitant step forward. Larry did it again. Hands over eyes, then open, eyebrows raised. By the third round, she was giggling, running the last few feet to climb up into his lap. The elf clapped. The parents laughed in relief. For a second, watching it on the screen, I felt a flicker of genuine warmth. That was how it was supposed to work. That was the picture corporate had in their heads when they signed the contract with North Star. A known Santa, 2 trained elves, a safe little circle of light and noise where nothing truly wrong could happen. From 5 to 7, that picture held. I bounced between the office and the floor, answering calls, checking cameras, stepping in when needed. The toy store wanted security to walk by more often. A group of teenagers in hoodies kept hovering near the entrance without buying anything. A clothing shop reported a missing stack of sweaters and a girl with a large purse who had moved a little too fast. I coordinated with Rick, sent a guard to review footage, jotted down times. The hours blurred into each other. Every time I glanced at the Santa feed, it told the same story. Larry on the throne, kids on his lap, elves at their posts. Next. Who's next? Click. Whir. Candy cane. Next. I kept one ear tuned to that frequency, the way you do when you live with a sound long enough, alert for anything that broke the pattern. Nothing did. Not yet. The light outside faded faster than it felt like it should. By a little before 7, the skylights over the atrium had turned reflective, showing the mall back to itself instead of the sky. The trees' lights seemed to burn brighter in response, their colors more saturated against the deepening glass. I was back in the camera room, hunched over the desk, signing off on a time-off request I did not have the energy to argue about when it happened. It was nothing, and it was everything. My pen hovered over the line where my signature was supposed to go. I was bent over the paper, eyes flicking between the form and the clock in the corner of the monitor. Out of habit, I lifted my gaze to the wall of screens. A quick, unconscious sweep. Main entrance, north lot, food court, Santa set, back hallway. In one of the smaller frames, the back hallway camera flickered as someone walked across it. For a few seconds, in that grainy black and white box, I saw a flash of white trimming and a block of dark fabric moving from left to right. A rounded shoulder, the suggestion of a hat, something like the curve of a jacket that had too much padding around the middle. It looked like a Santa suit. Not full on, not the whole thing, just pieces of it. The edge of a sleeve, the hem of a coat, as whoever it was passed the camera at an angle that denied me the clearest view. I paused, squinting. The image was already gone, the frame now showing empty concrete and the closed door of the mechanical room. I could scrub back the feed, but I did not. Not right then. Instead, I checked the time. 6:58 p.m., almost exactly when Larry was scheduled to end his shift. My tired brain filed what I had seen under the simplest explanation. Larry, on his way to the break room, slightly off his usual route, but still within the bounds of normal. Maybe one of the elves had walked with him, and I had just caught the tail end of their departure. Still, a small, sour note sat on my tongue as I signed my name on the paper in front of me. Something about the way that figure had moved in the frame bothered me. The speed of it, the straightness of the posture. Larry usually shuffled, shoulders rounded, like the day itself weighed on him. This silhouette had been more upright, the stride a touch faster. I stared at the hallway camera for another 10 seconds, as if the pixels themselves were going to explain it. Nothing else moved. Outside, in the parking lot beyond all that concrete and steel, the cars kept coming and going, their horns chirping faintly through the glass, oblivious to the fact that, in that tiny square of grainy video, something had just stepped from one part of my building to another in a way that did not quite fit the map in my head. On paper, 7 o'clock was the end of the magic. That was when the sign by the Santa set flipped from "Photos with Santa" open to a polite little "See you tomorrow." The elves would stop taking names, stop waving kids forward. The line would thin to nothing but a few disappointed stragglers, parents glancing at their watches, kids whining that they would come back later, even though everyone knew how thin those promises really were. That Saturday, it played out exactly that way, at least at first. Around 6:30, the Santa camera showed the line shortening. Instead of a solid curve of bodies, there were gaps. Parents checked their phones more, kids fidgeted harder. The elf with the clipboard put up a hand to the family at the back, shaking her head with an apologetic smile. "Last one," she mouthed, tapping the "See you tomorrow" side of the sign. By 6:45, the last child was on Larry's lap, a boy about 10 from the look of him, legs too long for the throne, trying to look unimpressed and failing. Larry said something that made him crack a reluctant smile. The camera clicked. The boy hopped down. His mother took the envelope, and they drifted away toward the food court, already talking about dinner. The elves bustled into breakdown mode. On the monitor, I watched them remove the small step stool kids used to reach Santa's lap, pushing it off to the side. They straightened the rope stanchions and began unhooking the velvet cords. coiling them into neat loops. One of them unplugged the portable light stands, plunging the immediate area into the softer, more ambient glow of the mall's own fixtures. The tree, of course, stayed lit. The mall wanted that scene until closing, no matter what. But the extra sparkle focused on Santa's corner was gone. Larry stood up slowly from the throne, pressing one hand into the arm of the chair for leverage. You could almost feel his knees complain through the screen. He stretched his back, one hand on his hip, then shook out his arms, red sleeves rustling. He said something to the elves. They laughed, shoulders loosening, energy shifting from performance to relief. Together, they disappeared behind the painted archway into the service door that led to the back hallway. I glanced at the timestamp on the screen. 6:58 p.m. Right on schedule. I had other things to do. There was a leaky sink reported in one of the restrooms. A store wanted us to log a suspicious customer who had left without buying anything, but had looked around too much. I walked the floor, radio at my shoulder, nodding at managers, checking in with Rick as he made his rounds. The mall's energy dipped from frantic to manageable, like someone had turned a dimmer down a notch. The playlist shifted too, just slightly. The bouncy kids' songs gave way to slower, more mellow tracks. Instrumental versions of carols, jazzed up standards, softer edges that made room for the natural sounds of people winding down. The roar of the crowd thinned into clumps of conversation. By 8 o'clock, the mall was still busy, but not crushing. People lingered in clusters. A few late shoppers bumped carts through the department store entrances. Teenagers with nowhere better to be wandered without buying anything, trailing laughter and the smell of vape juice they thought we could not detect. The food court remained stubbornly full, families stretching dinners out, reluctant to face the cold outside. I went back to the camera office. I remember the feeling of the door closing behind me, a solid, familiar thunk that cut off a good portion of the ambient noise. The office was dimmer than the halls, lit mostly by the glow of the monitors and a single overhead strip light that hummed with an almost comforting irritation. I dropped into the chair with a soft groan, my lower back sending up its own complaint. The remains of a pizza from the food court sat in an open cardboard box at the corner of the desk, the cheese cooling into an unappetizing sheen. I picked up a slice anyway. Grease soaked through the crust onto my fingers. The HVAC vent above the door exhaled steadily, a low, constant rushing. It sounded like someone shushing the whole room. Every so often, the PA crackled loudly enough to make me look up before it settled on a message that had nothing to do with me. Customer service, line 1, please. Customer service, line 1. On the monitors, the mall looked smaller than it did in person. Flattened into squares, it seemed like a miniature version of itself. People moved as little figures in coats, their faces too soft and blurred to read from those distances. The entrances showed sliding doors opening and closing. The exterior cameras revealed puffs of breath emerging into the night air as shoppers hustled to their cars. I chewed my pizza, washed it down with soda that had gone a little flat. My eyes moved automatically from screen to screen. It was muscle memory by then, a quiet sweep. North entrance, south entrance, food court, Santa set, back corridors, loading dock, parking lots. The Santa camera, the one focused on the throne area in the atrium, should have been boring at that hour. By 8, the set was technically closed. At most, I expected to see the throne sitting empty in the glow of the tree. Maybe a stray kid wandering too close and getting redirected by an elf or a security guard. A decorative stage waiting for its star to return the next day. When I glanced at it, my brain almost slid right past what it was showing me. There was the tree, tall and glittering. There was the throne, solid and green. And on the throne, in the center of the frame, sat Santa. At first, my mind filed it as a leftover mental image. I blinked, turned my head, and looked again. He was still there. A man in a full red suit, white trim, broad shoulders, hat, boots, sat in the exact center of the seat. No elves beside him, no line in front of him, no photos with Santa sign, no stanchions, no ropes. Just Santa, alone under the lights. The timestamp in the corner read 8:02 p.m. For a few seconds, I honestly thought the system had glitched and was replaying older footage. Sometimes, when a DVR hiccuped, the camera would freeze or loop a second or two as it caught up. I watched the screen, waiting for some evidence that this was a recording. A repeated motion, a jump cut, anything. But this Santa moved. He shifted in his seat, just a little, adjusting his weight. One hand lifted to his beard, fingers combing idly through it, then dropped back down to rest on the arm of the throne. His boot tapped once against the platform, a slow, deliberate movement, not the kind of jerky half-pixel twitch I would have recognized as video artifact. I felt something unpleasant tighten low in my gut. The atrium around him was still open to shoppers. People walked past in the background, to the left and right of the set. Most of them did not look toward the throne. The ones who did only gave it a brief glance, just enough to register the red shape out of the corner of their eye and keep moving. Two teenagers slowed, said something to each other, and smirked. Neither approached. Santa sat there, slightly hunched, hands still, head angled down like he was waiting for someone late to an appointment. The office suddenly felt too warm. I pushed my chair closer to the desk, watching the screen with a frown, heart picking up speed in a way that felt disproportionate to what I was seeing. There were a dozen perfectly benign explanations. Even then, maybe North Star had decided to run a surprise late-hour shift. Maybe someone had booked a special event and nobody had told me. Maybe Larry had lost track of time, or they had changed the closing schedule and the paperwork had not caught up. But none of those explanations matched the knot in my stomach. I reached for my radio, thumbed the button. "Rick," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "You copy." Static, then his familiar gravel. "Yeah, go ahead." "Hey, did North Star say they were doing any special late hours tonight?" I asked. "Santa's still out on the floor, according to Cam 3. There was the faint sound of wind on his end, the muffled echo of footsteps on tile. He made a confused noise. "No," he said. "They were done at 7. I saw them pack up. Larry clocked out at 6:58, walked right past me to the employee exit. Why? You seeing something weird?" My mouth went a little dry. I looked back at the screen. The man on the throne had not moved much, but now his head was turned slightly to the side, as if he were listening to something the cameras could not hear. His face was angled away, just enough that I could not make out his eyes clearly. The beard was bright white, thick and bushy, covering everything from his upper lip down. The hat slouched over the side of his head at an almost jaunty angle. He did not look like someone waiting on overtime hours. He looked like someone waiting for an opportunity. "I'm seeing Santa sitting under the tree in an empty set," I said slowly. "No elves, no line, no signs, just him." On the other end of the radio, there was a pause that stretched a fraction too long. "Could be someone messing around," Rick said. "One of the kids in costume. I'm near the west wing. I'll swing by the atrium in a minute. Keep eyes on him." "Copy," I said, lowering the radio. My hand hovered over the camera controls for a second before I nudged the joystick, zooming in on the Santa feed. The camera's motor whirred faintly, barely audible over the HVAC. The frame tightened. The throne and the man in red swelled on the screen, resolution breaking down slightly under the strain, but enough detail emerging to make a difference. Up close, the differences clicked into place. The suit was almost identical to Larry's. Same shade of red, same white fur trim at the cuffs and collar, but it did not hang the same way. On Larry, the coat stretched snug over a stomach that was more belly than padding, straining a little at the buttons if he breathed too deep. On this Santa, the coat sat more evenly, bulking out from a torso that seemed built wider, not just rounder. The shoulders were broader, the lines sharper. There was less slump, more square. The beard was worse. Larry's beard was real. Thick hair that grew right out of his face, yellowed slightly at the ends from age and coffee. This one looked too perfect, too white. It poofed out from the chin in a way that did not quite match the skin at the cheeks. As I stared, the man lifted a hand and scratched casually under the chin, and for the briefest second, I saw the pale line of elastic pressing into the side of his jaw. A store-bought beard, strapped on. My gaze crawled up to the eyes. Even with the camera pushed in, the resolution was not great. The lenses were a few years past their prime, and the zoom introduced blocky fuzz to the edges. Still, I could see enough. The eyes behind the half-moon wireframe glasses were not Larry's pale blue. They looked darker, harder. The way they moved, quick flicks around the atrium, then down to his hands, then back up, had a sharpness Larry never had, even on his most caffeinated days. A cold line traced itself from the base of my skull, down between my shoulder blades. Santa shifted again, leaning forward slightly like he was about to stand. For the first time, his head turned almost toward the camera, not directly at it, but close enough that the angle of his jaw caught the light. The shape of his face wasn't right. Larry's features were soft, padding into his beard with age. This man's cheekbones were more defined. His nose looked narrower, with a slight bend halfway down. "That's not Larry," I said out loud, voice barely above a whisper, even though no one else was in the room to hear it. It hit me in one simple, stupid sentence that echoed in my own head hard enough to make my palms sweat. That wasn't Larry sitting under our tree. Once I knew it was not Larry on that throne, the room seemed to shrink. The air in the office went heavy and stale, like the oxygen had been used up faster than the vents could replace it. My fingers hovered over the camera controls, then drifted instead toward the old beige phone on the corner of the desk. It was a landline, the kind you forget still exists until you need to call someone who prefers official numbers over cell phones. The handset was slightly sticky with age. The coiled cord kinked in two places. A laminated list of important contacts was taped to the desk under the glass cover. Mall corporate, local police, fire department, various vendors. North Star Events had a number on that list. I had called it before, but always for simple things: schedule confirmations, invoice questions, a missing box of props. Never to ask the question that was forming in the back of my throat now. On the camera feed, the wrong Santa shifted again. He sat with his elbows on the arms of the chair. Gloved hands turned palm up for a moment, as if inspecting them. His gaze flicked toward a couple walking past, then down again. His posture was relaxed, almost bored. If you did not know any better, you might have thought he was a real employee killing time between kids. I picked up the handset, pressing it to my ear. The dial tone was a flat, continuous buzz, slightly distorted. I punched in the North Star number from memory, my fingers hitting the buttons a little harder than necessary. The ring sounded too loud in the small room. 1, 2, 3, 4 beats, each one stretching a little longer than it should have. For a second, I imagined nobody picking up, the sound just echoing into some empty office in another city, my questions hanging there with it. On the 5th ring, someone answered. "North Star Events, this is Jenna," a voice said. She sounded tired in a professional way, the kind of exhaustion you get from saying the same greeting 60 times a day. "Hi, Jenna, this is..." I gave my name, then added, "I'm the assistant manager at Riverway Mall. We've got your Santa set here." "Oh, hey," she said. Paper rustled on her end, like she was shuffling a stack of schedules. "What can I do for you?" I kept my eyes on the monitor as I spoke. Santa shifted his weight again, adjusting his coat. A little girl in a pink jacket walked past the edge of the set, her hand tucked in her mother's. She tugged, pointing up at the throne, her mouth moving. The mother shook her head, gesturing to the darkened "See you tomorrow" sign. "I just wanted to confirm something about tonight's schedule," I said, forcing my voice to stay even. "You have Larry assigned here today, right? He was 11 to 7? There was a pause as she checked something, computer keys clicking faintly through the line. "Yep," she said. "Larry M., Riverway Mall, 11 to 7. Why did he not show up?" "He was here," I said quickly. "He worked the shift, clocked out a little before 7. I saw him leave. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any second shift scheduled. Any special late hours tonight? Maybe a backup Santa? Freelance guy?" The words sounded ridiculous leaving my mouth, but I needed to hear her say it. "Not at Riverway," she said. "You guys are standard schedule today. No double Santa, no events. Once Larry's done, that set's closed. If he's gone, our people are done for the night." "And you're absolutely sure?" I pushed. "Nobody else authorized? No temporary replacement? No, we're trying out a new guy situation?" Her tone shifted slightly, a thread of concern weaving through the fatigue. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "Did Larry say something?" On the screen, the little girl and her mother passed the throne completely. The girl turned her head as far as it would go, eyes locked on Santa until her arm went taut and she stumbled, forced to face forward again. The man in the suit watched them, his head following their path. He did not lift a hand to wave. He did not call out that he was open. He just watched. It beat longer than felt right. "We're all fine," I lied. "I just wanted to confirm nobody from your company is supposed to be in costume in our building after 7. "Correct," she said firmly. "Absolutely not. If someone is wearing one of our suits outside of scheduled hours, that's a big problem. But they shouldn't be able to. Our staff carries the costumes out with them, and they check in with your people at the office. Are you seeing something?" I felt my pulse in my throat. I glanced at the timestamp again, 8:07 p.m. "We might have a prank," I said carefully. "Could be nothing. I'll have my security guys take care of it. I just needed to rule out that it was one of yours." "Well, it's not," she said. Larry's gone for the night. If there's someone in a red suit still on your floor, that person doesn't work for North Star. Do you want me to call him? Make sure he left?" I pictured Larry in his street clothes, coat zipped, beard still on his face, shuffling toward his car in the staff lot. I pictured this other man, in a too-clean suit and a strap-on beard, sitting where Larry had been all afternoon. "That's okay," I said. "I'll handle it on our end." "Thanks, Jenna." "No problem," she said. "If you need anything else, call back. And, hey, if it's some rando in a Santa suit, maybe get the cops involved. People get weird this time of year." "You're telling me," I muttered, then forced a more neutral, "Have a good night." "You too," she said, and the line went dead with a soft click. I set the handset back in its cradle. For just a second, as plastic met plastic, the soundscape of the building shifted. The HVAC vent above the door exhaled one last breath and stopped, the fan winding down into silence. The refrigerator in the little kitchenette next door hummed to a halt. The distant PA system, between announcements and songs, fell quiet. The main lighting ballasts under the ceiling panels seemed to take a collective pause. All the gentle, constant machine noises I had grown used to hearing under everything else cut out at once, leaving a thin, high buzz of electronics, the monitors, the DVRs, the phone, hanging in the air like a nervous thought. In that strange stillness, the music from the mall drifted through faintly, like a radio playing in another apartment down the hall. A slow carol, piano, and strings, notes blurring together through drywall. On the Santa feed, the man in the throne did something I had not seen him do yet. He moved fast. One moment he was sitting, elbows on the chair arms. The next, he stood up in a single smooth motion that seemed too quick for someone in that much padding. The suddenness of it made my heart lurch. I actually flinched, squeezing the edge of the desk. He faced slightly away from the camera at first, adjusting his coat, tugging the bottom hem down over his midsection. The white trim brushed against his gloves. He reached up and straightened his belt with a sharp, practiced jerk. It looked like habit, the way someone settles their clothes before they walk into a room they care about. Then his head turned. He lifted his face toward the upper level of the atrium, toward the spot where the camera was mounted. For the first time, his glasses caught the light just right, reflecting back two small oblongs of glare. Beneath the lenses, the shadows shifted enough that the sockets announced themselves. Even with the mediocre resolution, even with the distance and the glass and the cheap beard plastic partly in the way, I could see his eyes. They were not Larry's. Larry's eyes were pale and soft, framed by crow's feet, the kind of eyes that crinkled when he smiled, that sometimes looked watery by the end of a long day. These eyes were darker, set a little deeper. They had a flatness to them, a focus that felt entirely wrong in a Santa suit. There was no boredom there, no Christmas season fatigue, just a kind of alert, measuring cold. For a horrible heartbeat, I let myself believe that maybe he really could see the camera, that maybe he knew exactly where it was, that maybe, from his place under the tree, he was looking straight through the lens, up the wiring, along the ceiling, into the walls, into the office where I sat. The breath I had been holding came out all at once. On the audio panel, a tiny relay clicked as the HVAC kicked back to life. Air rushed into the vent above me, filling the silence with its soft roar again. Somewhere outside the office door, a cart squeaked past, wheels complaining. The world's volume knob turned back up. On screen, the man in the suit broke eye contact with whatever he had been staring at. He shifted his gaze down toward the flow of shoppers still moving through the atrium. A group of kids jogged by in a cluster, no parents in immediate sight. He turned his body slightly, as if aligning himself with their path. My radio crackled on my hip, Rick's voice cutting through the hum. "I'm in the atrium," he said. "I don't see..." His sentence faded under a burst of static. I barely heard him. My attention was locked on that red figure, standing under our fake pine, in the heart of a building I thought I understood, surrounded by hundreds of people who did not realize that something in their familiar picture had changed. That was the first moment I realized there was a man in a costume sitting in the middle of our mall, and I had no idea who he was. It was the blue jacket that fixed the whole scene in my memory. By 8:15, I had settled into a kind of uneasy vigil. My eyes kept drifting back to the Santa feed every few seconds, like a tongue finding a sore tooth. The wrong Santa was still there, now standing instead of sitting, pacing small, tight half circles around the throne, as if trying not to look too obvious. Most of the crowd had shifted away from the atrium. The heaviest wave of families had eaten, shopped, and gone home to the work of hiding presents in closets. What was left was a thinner cross-section, teenagers dawdling in clusters, couples walking slowly, a few stragglers hustling to grab last-minute gifts before the department stores closed. The Santa set, with its darkened banner and coiled ropes, should have been set dressing now, something to pass by on the way to something else. That was exactly what she looked like she was doing. She appeared on the Santa camera from the right-hand side, moving at a quick, practical pace. Mid-30s maybe, wrapped in a dark winter coat with the hood down, hair pulled back under a knit hat. One hand clutched the handles of a red Target bag, white bullseye logo glaring in the warm light. In the other hand, she held onto a smaller arm. The boy looked about 8, maybe 9. He wore a neon blue puffer jacket that stood out against the muted colors around him. The kind of jacket that made it easier to pick your kid out in a crowd. A gray knit beanie was pulled low over his ears. His free hand toyed with the zipper of his coat, fidgety, the way kids get when they have already been dragged through too many stores. They were not walking toward the set. Their vector, if you traced it with your eye, would take them right past the tree, toward the side exit that led to the restrooms and the parking lot beyond. The mother did not even turn her head toward the throne at first. Her gaze was locked straight ahead, mouth set in that tight line of someone calculating time and obligations. The boy, though, that was different. Even from the camera's slight distance and angle, you could see the moment the throne snagged his attention. His head turned, blue jacket twisting as he craned his neck. His steps slowed a fraction. His mother gave his arm a little tug, encouraging him forward, but his eyes stayed on the man in red standing by the chair. The man in red saw them too. Up until that point, he had been measured in his movements, sitting, standing, adjusting his coat, watching people flow past like a fisherman watching a stream. When the blue jacket came into frame, his posture changed in a way I felt more than saw. He straightened, briefly, his head tilted. There was a small stillness, like a predator spotting something distinct in a herd. Then he moved. Instead of staying within the safe, invisible box around his throne, he stepped off the edge of the red carpet. His boots left a little island of festivity and thudded onto the mall tile. He took 3 quick steps toward the mother and child, then slowed himself, shortening his stride, rolling his shoulders in an effort to look more like a jolly old man taking a leisurely walk than someone closing distance. On the monitor, I watched him push his hands slightly out to the sides, palms up, the gesture halfway between a greeting and an embrace. His head bobbed as if he were speaking, the fake beard puffing in and out slightly with the motion. I could not hear him, of course. The camera had no mic, but I did not need sound to sketch in the dialogue my brain supplied. Ho ho, ho ho, ho ho. What do we have here? Last chance for a picture, folks. Come on, we're still open, just for you. The mother's body language tightened immediately. She stopped short, yanking gently on the boy's arm, bringing him to a halt. Her shoulders hunched a little, as if she were making herself a smaller target. Her free hand shifted the target bag up in front of her chest, a subconscious barrier. I watched her shake her head once, firmly, her mouth forming a clear, decisive no. The boy did not take his eyes off the throne. He looked past the man to the chair, gaze tracing the curve of the green velvet, the lights on the tree behind it. His lips parted slightly, some small noise I could not hear leaving his mouth. The man turned his head toward the throne too, gesturing to it with an open hand, inviting. When he looked back at the mother, he tilted his head as if asking a question. She hesitated. You could see the seesaw in her posture, the mental math, time, money, bedtime, the guilt of saying no to one more thing, the memory of maybe promising a Santa visit earlier in the month. Her shoulders relaxed just a bit. She lowered the bag. Her hand left the boy's arm and hovered at his back instead. On the screen, I saw her nod once, small and resigned. She bent down briefly, said something to the boy's face, and he lit up, neon jacket bouncing as he hopped from one foot to the other. I told myself I was overreacting, that even though every part of me wanted to key the radio and shout something like, "Don't," I did not have any concrete reason yet. From where I sat, it still looked like a normal transaction. A mother changing her mind, a child getting what he wanted. Probably just squeezing in one more photo, I muttered to myself, trying to smooth down the unease fluttering inside my ribcage. Maybe North Star extended hours last minute, forgot to tell Jenna. Maybe I look like an idiot when they send out an update tomorrow. The man in the suit led the boy back toward the throne. He did not turn his back entirely on the mother. One hand stayed out, gesturing. The boy walked at his side, small legs working twice as fast to match his stride. When they reached the edge of the red carpet, Santa stopped and turned partially, still talking. The mother closed some of the gap, then hung back just off the mat, weight shifting from one foot to the other. On the long shot from the camera, it looked almost wholesome. A kid, a Santa, a parent nearby with a shopping bag. If you had been scrolling past a still frame of it online, you might have double tapped and moved on. But if you watched closely enough, long enough, the picture was wrong at its edges. The man never once looked directly up at the camera now. His attention was carefully pinned on the mother and the boy, like a stage actor, mindful of his audience. When he gestured, it was with controlled, economical movements, not the big, hammy motions Larry used to coax laughs out of nervous children. There was no playful overacting, no exaggerated ho ho ho. Whatever he was saying, it looked measured. The boy climbed the step stool, feeling for the velvet seat behind him. Santa placed a hand lightly on his shoulder, guiding him into position. There was no one at the camera to capture the moment, no elf to adjust his hat. The stand where North Star's portable printer usually sat was empty. The mother stood there, hovering, clearly expecting someone else to step out from behind the arch. When no one did, she folded her arms, pressed her lips together, and said something to the man in red. A question, a concern. Her free hand made a little "what now" motion, pointing briefly toward the throne, then toward herself. He answered with a small shrug and a gesture toward the hallway that led to the restrooms. Maybe he mouthed something like, "We'll do it quick." Maybe he said, "Go ahead, I've got him." My brain fills in what my ears did not get. Whatever he said, it worked. She looked at her watch, then at the boy, then at the restroom sign. Time. Again, doing its ruthless math. Maybe her bladder had been nagging her for 20 minutes. Maybe the boy had been promised a soft pretzel after one more store, and Santa was the condition. Maybe she thought, 2 minutes. He'll sit, I'll pee, we'll go home. Everybody wins. She stepped closer, leaned down, and spoke directly to her son. The boy nodded, eyes wide, solemn in that way kids get when they know they're being given a responsibility. She squeezed his shoulder, then straightened and said something to Santa, pointing toward the restroom hallway. He nodded, his head dipping in a way that was almost too eager. Then she did the most human thing in the world. She set the target bag down on the floor beside the throne, a little marker that said, "We're coming back. This is temporary. This is fine," and turned away. On the monitor, I watched her walk briskly toward the corridor off the atrium, coat swaying, boots clicking on tile. She did not look back. The hallway swallowed her up after a few seconds, her silhouette vanishing behind the wall. My fingers tightened around the edge of the desk. On the screen, Santa and the boy remained by the throne in that small pool of light. For a second, a long, stretched-out second, I fully expected the man to guide the child back up onto the seat, drop into the chair beside him, and sit there until the mother returned. He did not. He reached down and took the boy's hand. Not loosely, the way Larry sometimes did when helping toddlers balance on the step stool. This was a more deliberate grip, fingers closing around the small hand with intent. He did not sit, did not turn toward the throne. He turned in the opposite direction. Instead of facing the restroom hallway the mother had just taken, he rotated his body a full 90 degrees and took a step toward the service door behind the Santa backdrop. The door that led to the back hallway, the blind spot, the restrooms only employees used. The boy went with him easily, trusting the pressure on his fingers. His neon blue jacket bobbed once in the glare of the tree lights, then began to move away from the throne, following the red sleeve attached to him. They were walking against the direction the mother had gone. I watched it the way you watch a glass slide off the edge of a table, too slow to stop, too fast to look away. The man and the child moved together, hand in hand, toward the painted archway that hid the service entrance. The boy glanced once over his shoulder, perhaps in the direction his mother had disappeared. Santa gave his hand a little tug, and his head snapped forward again. There was nothing I could tell myself in that moment to soften what I was seeing. All the quick, comforting explanations I had leaned on earlier. The idea of a last-minute special shift, a miscommunication with North Star, a harmless prank, fell away like cheap decorations. My skin prickled with cold that had nothing to do with the weather outside. That was the moment, sitting in the humming camera office with greasy pizza cooling beside my elbow, that I stopped trying to convince myself it was nothing. Because on the screen in front of me, a man dressed like Santa was leading a boy in a neon blue jacket away from his mother and toward a door she had not chosen. The second their bodies slipped behind the painted arch on the Santa feed, I switched cameras. My fingers were slick on the mouse. I dragged the cursor to the feed labeled Atrium Service Hall and double-clicked. The 9-screen grid collapsed down to one frame. The rest of the mall shrank to darkness around a single gray hallway. The back corridor bloomed into view, same as it always was. Walls a tired, dirty white, leaning toward gray, illuminated by humming strips of fluorescent light that washed all color out of the scene. A peeling poster about a long-expired mall charity drive was taped crooked on the wall, the dates from last year barely legible on CRT resolution. The floor was plain tile, scuffed and stained in patches, a darker track down the middle where carts and shoes had worn it smooth. At the far end of the frame, just at the edge of the camera's angle, was the white door with its black stencil. Employees only restroom. The air in the office felt thin. On the screen, from the right side of the frame, the man in red and the boy in the blue jacket appeared. Even in black and white, the jacket was bright, a pale, almost glowing gray against the dull walls, the shape of it unmistakable. The boy's head turned once, looking back the way they came toward the atrium beyond the camera's view. The man did not look back. His hand was clamped around the kid's wrist now. Not his hand, the grip higher and tighter. They moved fast. The boy had to half jog to keep pace. You could see the hitch in his steps, the way his free arm swung a little wider than before. The man's stride was purposeful, his boots landing hard enough that you could almost hear the impact through the silent video. His shoulders were hunched forward, but not with age. It was the posture of someone trying to make their body smaller, less noticeable. In 3 seconds, they covered 2/3 of the hall. In the 4th, they were almost at the restroom door. The boy glanced back once more. His feet stuttered, like he thought about digging his heels in. The man jerked his arm forward in response, and the kid stumbled, caught himself, followed. The beard moved as the man said something, his jaw working behind it. But the boy's face stayed turned toward the door, expression gone from my angle before I could read it. Then they vanished out of the frame. Swallowed by that skinny margin of hallway I knew the camera did not cover. A slice of space I had signed off on as acceptable. I stared at that empty stretch of tile, heart hammering loud enough that I could feel it in the backs of my teeth. My first instinct was to tell myself I still might be misunderstanding what I had seen, that the mother could be just out of frame on another angle, that the man was taking the boy to the same restrooms she was using, and they would all walk back together in 30 seconds. My second instinct overrode it. I grabbed my radio with a damp hand, thumb slamming down on the talk button harder than necessary. "Rick," I said, my voice tighter than I wanted it to be. "We might have a problem with Santa. He's taking a kid into the back halls. I'm heading there now. Meet me by the employee restrooms behind the atrium." The reply came a beat later, fuzzed with ambient noise. "Copy," Rick said. "On my way." I didn't wait to coordinate beyond that. I shoved my chair back so fast it hit the wall. The legs screeched on the cheap carpet. The room seemed to tilt around me for a second as I stood up. adrenaline flooding my chest. The hallway outside the office felt colder than the room had. The building's hum rushed at me all at once. The distant thud of music, the murmur of 100 voices, the low rumble of the HVAC traveling down the vents. Somewhere above, in the atrium, the Christmas playlist had rolled over into something softer, an instrumental version of Silent Night, with slow piano and long, drawn-out notes. It felt wrong before I even stepped into it. My shoes hit the tile of the main corridor harder than usual. The echo of each step bounced back at me from glass and metal. The mall looked almost normal. Storefronts lit, sale signs shockingly bright, people moving in both directions. But there was a slight blur to everything, like the focus had shifted to a different plane, and I was the only one aware of it. I cut left toward the atrium, moving faster than a walk, but not quite running. A group of teenagers spilled out of the game store ahead, laughter exploding around me as I threaded through them. One of the arcade machines near the entrance bleated out an electronic melody, overlapping with the slow, solemn hymn from the ceiling speakers. Last-minute deals all weekend long at participating stores. The PA blared suddenly, an overly cheerful voice punching through the gentle carol. The announcement rode the music like a wave, jarring, insistent. For a second, the mall sounded like two places at once, a commercial and a lullaby layered incorrectly. As I passed the Santa set, I flicked my eyes toward it. From the floor, without the camera's view, the throne looked like it always did when closed. The ropes were coiled. The sign was flipped to "See you tomorrow." No one in red stood beneath the tree now. Parents and kids walked by without pausing, eyes already on other targets. If you had not watched the monitors, you would never have known anyone had been there 10-20 seconds before. I broke off to the right, toward the staff-only door behind the arch. My badge buzzed lightly when I swiped it against the reader. The green light flashed, the lock clicked, and I shoved the door open. The sound changed mid-step. The cushioned murmur of the public area sucked away, replaced by the harsher acoustics of the back hall. Here, the instrumental Silent Night filtered through as a distant, haunting echo, the tune muffled by layers of drywall and pipes. The lights overhead flickered once, then steadied, casting their relentless white wash over everything. Ahead of me stretched the corridor I had just been watching on the screen. In person, it felt narrower. The air was colder, carrying with it the faint scent of cleaning chemicals and something faintly metallic from the mechanical room door. My footsteps slapped on the tile, the sound sharper than out in the open mall. I realized my hands were damp. The radio was slick under my fingers. The hallway was empty. No red suit. No neon jacket. Just the length of gray wall, the crooked fundraiser poster, and the white door at the end, with its employees only, restroom lettering. The fluorescent tubes hummed overhead with a constant insectile buzz. Light spilled from the gap at the bottom of the restroom door. A bright strip against the floor, too strong to be just the hallway spill. Someone had turned the lights on inside. I slowed as I approached, instincts wrestling with training. Every part of me wanted to throw the door open immediately, yank the kid out, drag the man in the suit into the hall. Another part of me, the one that had spent years being told about liability and procedure, whispered about misinterpretations, about walking in on some horrible misunderstanding I would never live down. Then I heard it. At first, just the soft, irregular trickle of water. Could have been a sink left running, or a toilet refilling. The kind of sound that would mean nothing on any other night. It came and went in small, uneven bursts. Over that, faint but distinct, came a scrape. Metal on tile, like a chair being dragged an inch, then set back down. It echoed oddly in the small space, turning into a low squeal that reverberated through the door. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. I took the last few steps more quietly, my rubber soles now a whisper instead of a slap. My breath sounded loud in my own ears, so I tried to hold it, listening harder. The fluorescent hum seemed to amplify in the pause. For a second, there was nothing else. Then from behind the door, a voice cut through. High, panicked, unmistakably a child's. "Mom! Hey! Let me out!" The words hit me like a physical shove. They were muffled by the door, their edges softened, but the tone was pure alarm. It was not playful. It was not the whine of a kid being told no. It was that particular blend of fear and outrage that only comes when a child's internal "this is wrong" alarm trips hard. My heart hammered up into my throat. Almost on top of it, layered close behind, came another voice, lower, male. The words too soft to make out clearly from where I stood. It had that rough, frayed edge I recognized from the camera. The kind of voice that sounded like it had spent too much time in cold air and smoke. I could not tell if he was coaxing or warning, the tone hovering somewhere in that disturbing middle ground between a bribe and a threat. Hey, easy. Just was all I could pick out, the rest turning into a hiss against the door. I stood there, 3 feet from the knob, my pulse pounding in my ears, a thin strip of light at my shoes, and the wrong Santa's voice on the other side of the wall, and understood with absolute clarity that whatever this was, it would not let me walk away pretending it was nothing. Training says you should not yank a door open when you hear something disturbing on the other side. Common sense says you do it anyway when the voice you hear belongs to a kid yelling to be let out. I stepped the last foot to the restroom door and slammed my palm flat against it. "This is management," I shouted, louder than I meant to. My voice bounced back at me off the narrow walls. "Open the door. Right now." For a half second, everything held its breath. Then, from the other side, I heard the quick, sharp click of metal. The sound of a lock turning, not toward open, but toward locked, as far as it would go. Someone was trying to secure it. The boy's voice cut off. Silence rolled in behind it, thick and abrupt. The only noise left was the low rattle of the ventilation fan inside the restroom, a steady roar that sounded suddenly too loud. It bled through the crack under the door, along with that rectangle of white light at my feet, vibrating in the tile. I hit the door again, this time with my shoulder. "Open it," I snarled, less professional now. "Open the door." My radio crackled as if in response. Footsteps pounded the tile behind me. Rick came around the corner at a half run, one hand on his belt, the other holding his radio up as it spat static and half words. His face was flushed, breath coming heavier than he would ever admit, the bulk of his stomach straining against his shirt. The antenna on his radio bounced against his shoulder with each step. "What's going on?" he barked, slowing only enough not to crash into me. "There's a kid in there," I said, nodding at the door. The words felt crowded in my mouth. "Blue jacket. Santa brought him back here without his mom. I heard him yelling to be let out. There's someone in there with him." Rick's eyes flicked to the employee's only stencil, then back to me. His jaw tightened. He tried the handle first, because that is what procedure says you do. He gripped the metal knob, turned. It barely budged before hitting solid resistance. Whoever was on the other side had either thrown the bolt or was putting real weight against it. "Sir, you need to open the door," Rick called, pitching his voice into a controlled, authoritative tone. "This is mall security. Open up now, or we're going to come in." No answer. Under the fan's drone, my ears strained for any other sound. The scuffle of shoes, a choked sob, the scrape of metal again. Nothing came. Rick stepped back, gave me a quick look that was both question and confirmation. "You good?" he asked. I nodded, though my legs felt a little hollow. "On 3, he said. "You stand clear." He planted his boots, lined his shoulder up with the lock side of the frame, and took a couple of quick, bracing breaths. The radio on his shoulder hissed softly, some distant voice trying to cut in and failing. 1, he muttered. 2, 3. He threw his weight forward. The impact shook the hallway. The door shuddered in its frame, the sound a deep thud that seemed to roll up and down the corridor. Fluorescent fixtures buzzed in sympathy. Somewhere back in the mall, muffled by drywall and vents, the piano of Silent Night reached its soft, reverent peak and then faded into strings. For a second, the contrast between that gentle music and the violence of what we were doing twisted something in my stomach. The lock held. Rick grimaced, rolled his shoulder once, then reset his stance. "Again," he said through clenched teeth. He hit it harder the second time. The thud was louder, sharper. I felt it in the soles of my feet. Inside the restroom, something rattled. A metallic clang, like a dispenser or a trash can jumping against the wall. Over the roar of the fan, there was another sound, a scrape and a thump, as if something heavy was being dragged, or someone had stumbled. On the third hit, just as he launched himself forward, I heard it, not the boy's voice, not clearly. Just a short, strangled sound, high and panicked, cut off halfway through. Underneath it, a deeper grunt. Then the rush of movement, a pattern of feet hitting tile in a hurry, more than one set, shifting direction in a tight space. Thud. The frame gave. With a loud crack, the wood around the lock splintered. The door flew inward. Rick, already committed to the motion, stumbled with it, catching himself on the handle and the nearest sink, boots skidding on the tile as he pinwheeled one arm to keep his balance. I followed him in. The room was small and overbright, the kind of harsh white that makes every flaw jump out. 2 sinks, bolted to the wall beneath a streaked mirror. A metal paper towel dispenser hung crooked, dented at one corner. A gray trash can sat half full, liner hanging over its edge like a tongue. The single stall door stood open, bang against its stopper. Inside, the toilet was clean, lit up. The faint, irregular trickle I had heard turned out to be a thin stream of water still running from one of the sink faucets. There was no Santa suit, no man, no boy in a neon blue jacket. The restroom was empty. The only movement came from the vent fan spinning in the ceiling, its plastic cover rattling slightly with effort, and from the bulb in the fixture overhead. The light flickered, not fully, but a tiny trembling, like the filament was shivering in cold air. Speaking of cold, there was a lot of it. "Window," Rick said. He had noticed it at the same time I did. On the wall above and to the side of the toilet, a small frosted glass window was set in the cinder block. It was not big, maybe 18 inches across, a bit more wide than tall. The kind of window that existed for code compliance, to technically qualify as ventilation. not for anyone's comfort. It was open, not all the way, just enough that the bottom edge of the pane tilted inward, leaving a narrow gap to the outside. Snow had collected along the outer sill, a thin, uneven line of white pressed against the glass. Flakes clung to the rubber edge and melted slowly, leaving damp trails. Through the gap, a thin ribbon of night air poured in. It smelled like exhaust and frozen asphalt, sharp and bitter. It cut straight through the heated smell of disinfectant and cheap hand soap, making my eyes water. Every time the wind outside gusted, it pushed a little harder, causing the fluorescent tube in the fixture to buzz louder and the shadows in the corners of the room to twitch. The window itself was just big enough that, looking at it, you could imagine possibilities you really did not want to. A full-grown man, especially one with normal build, would have struggled to get through. You would have had to be very narrow, very determined, or both. But a child? A kid with thin shoulders and a puffy jacket? Someone could have boosted him up, shoved him through, one leg, then the other, hands scraping on the sill, a drop to the ground outside, or the reverse. I stepped onto the base of the toilet, hand braced on the wall, and leaned toward the window, squinting past the frosted glass. The outside view was a smeared impression more than a picture. Sodium vapor light from a pole in the rear lot washed everything in sick yellow. A rectangle of cracked asphalt stretched away from the building, mostly empty at this hour. A few cars sat scattered along the edges, employee beaters, a delivery van parked crooked. The area closest to the wall was in deeper shadow, where the overhang of the building and the angle of the light combined to create pockets of darkness. Wind scraped across the open space, carrying with it a low, hollow howl. The sound funneled up toward the window, made more eerie by the glass and the angle. For a second, it sounded almost like a distant, wordless moan. Rick stepped into the stall beside me, craning his neck to look. "No ladder," he grunted. "No crates. Nothing to stand on." He was right. The ground directly below the window was bare. Whoever had used it had worked fast and with whatever leverage they had. My mind tried to rationalize in too many directions at once. Maybe the kid had panicked, flipped the lock, climbed up on the toilet himself, thrown the window open, and squeezed through. Maybe the man in the suit had followed. Maybe they had both fallen out on the other side and were limping away through the lot right now. Maybe I had misheard the tone in that boy's voice. The Santa hat on the floor made that last part harder to believe. It lay near the stall, a few inches from the trash can. One of the cheap felt things, not the high-quality hat Larry wore as part of his North Star suit. The red was a little too bright, the white brim a little too stiff. The elastic band was stretched, one side snapped out of its seam and hanging loose. I picked it up with 2 fingers by the band. The felt was damp along the inside, darker where it had absorbed sweat. The faint, sour smell of a warm scalp clung to it, human in a way that made my skin crawl. Whoever had been wearing it had taken it off in a hurry, dropped it, not bothered to retrieve it. The idea of him walking bareheaded out into the cold, beard still strapped on, hat forgotten, made my teeth clamp together. "He was in here," I said, my voice sounding strange in the echoey room. I heard him. I heard the kid. They were right on the other side of this door less than a minute ago. Rick moved back toward the entrance, jaw tight, eyes flicking around the corners as if the man might materialize from the grout. "Radio," he said. "Let's find where the hell they went." as if summoned. The PA system chose that moment to scream to life throughout the building. The soft, instrumental carol that had been threading faintly through the ceiling, speakers cut off mid-note. There was a burst of feedback, a high, protesting squeal that made me flinch. Then a woman's voice came through, pitched higher than the usual board announcements. "Security to the rear parking lot by the loading dock," she said, words clipping over each other in her rush. "Security to the rear lot by the loading dock. We have a child out here alone and crying." She did not release the button right away. I could hear her breathing, quick and uneven, before the line cut and the speaker clicked off. For a second, the restroom felt even emptier. The boy was not here anymore. He was somewhere outside, near the loading dock in the rear lot, under that sodium vapor glare and the howl of the wind. The man in the Santa suit was not here either. I did not know it yet, not precisely. But later, when I scrubbed through hours of grainy footage, I would see the gap, the point after the restroom where he should have appeared on another camera and did not. The slice of time in which he seemed to step sideways out of the recorded world. Right then, all I knew was that there had been a man in a costume alone with a kid in a locked room. And now there was an empty restroom, a broken door, an open window, and a hat on the floor that did not belong to anyone I could name. We found him where the light almost ran out. By the time I reached the rear parking lot, the wind had picked up, knifing around the corners of the building and flattening my coat against my back. The loading dock doors loomed ahead, big gray rectangles set into the concrete wall. One of them was half open, a wedge of darkness under the metal lip. The lot back there was mostly empty. No holiday rush, no carts, just patchy snow and old tire marks, lit by a handful of tall sodium vapor poles that turned everything the color of old bruises. He was standing pressed flat against the wall, just to the right of the emergency exit door. Neon blue jacket, now streaked with a dirty smear down one side, where he had clearly slipped or been pushed into something on the ground. His gray knit hat was crooked, listing to one side. His cheeks were chapped and shiny with tear tracks. He had one hand on the cold metal of the door's crash bar, as if he had tried to push it and then given up. Too scared to go back inside. Too scared to move away. The emergency door itself was closed, alarm panel glowing a calm, indifferent green. Above it, the wall stretched blank and featureless, hiding the small restroom window on the other side. Closer up, the sounds sorted themselves out. Way off, near the highway, I could hear the faraway hiss and rush of cars, a detached ocean of noise that never fully went silent. Closer, the chain link fence at the edge of the lot rattled every time the wind pushed it, the metal links clicking softly against each other. Under my boots, the mix of snow and frozen gravel crunched and squeaked, each step leaving a shallow crater in the powder, dark asphalt showing through. There was another sound, too, broken and raw, the quiet heaving of the boy's breath. He was not sobbing out loud anymore. No big, theatrical wails, no shouted demands for his mother, but his chest hitched in little jerks, each inhale too quick, each exhale steaming in the cold. One of the mall employees, a young woman from the food court, still wearing her visor and apron, stood a few feet away, arms wrapped around herself, eyes wide. She looked at me, as if expecting me to produce an explanation out of my pocket. "He was just there," she said, voice shaking. "I came out to dump trash, and he was standing by the wall, crying. I didn't..." I didn't want to touch him. "You did fine," I said, though my voice sounded distant to my own ears. Behind us, tires crunched. A police cruiser swung into the lot, headlights sweeping across the concrete, over the boy, over us. The engine's low rumble rolled through my legs. The car came to a stop near the loading dock. Red and blue lights flicked on, strobing across the wall, turning the snow pink, then purple, then white again in quick, nauseating cycles. The door of the cruiser opened with a heavy thunk. An officer stepped out, boots landing with authority in the slush. Their radio chattered softly, dispatch crackling out street names and codes that felt like they belonged to a different world. "Where's the kid?" he called. I raised a hand and stepped aside. The boy shrank a little when the officer approached, pressing his back harder against the wall, as if he could merge with the concrete. His eyes were red-rimmed, lashes clumped with the remnants of tears. Up close, I could see that his jacket zipper was slightly askew, his gloves mismatched. "Hey, buddy," the officer said, pitching his voice down to something gentle. "What's your name?" It took a second for the boy to answer. His lips moved without sound, then finally produced a quiet, shaky version of his name. The sound of it made something in my chest twist. Kids say their names like they are giving you something precious, like a password. "All right," the officer said. "You with your mom tonight?" The boy nodded quickly, then shook his head, then nodded again, confusion and fear jamming his signals. She went to the bathroom," he whispered. Santa said he'd take me to the back, to see the real presents." The officer and I exchanged a look over his head. It was brief, but it carried too much. Questions, anger, calculation. I crouched down a little, trying to get on the boy's level, though I stayed a careful arm's length away. "Can you tell us what happened?" I asked. "From when you were with your mom?" He sniffed hard, inhaling cold air that made his words puff out in little mist bursts. "We were just walking," he said, "by the tree. Mom said we were done. But Santa, he came over. He said they were still doing, special pictures for kids who were extra good." His voice faltered on the word good. "He said I could see where the presents really come from, not the fake ones." My skin felt too tight. "Did your mom say it was okay?" the officer asked gently. She said only if it was quick," he answered. "She had to pee. She said she would be back in a minute. Santa told her it was fine. He said he would watch me." The boy glanced at the emergency door with something close to hatred. He said we had to go a different way, a secret way, so it wouldn't ruin the magic for other kids. He described it in halting pieces: the walk through the arch, the hallway. "It was ugly back there," he said, almost surprised. The restroom door closing behind them. How the man had stood with his back to the door for a second, then turned the lock with a little click. "He said I shouldn't cry," the boy mumbled. "He said if I cried, there would be no presents this year. He said real Santas don't like crying. He got mad when I asked where my mom was." The wind gusted. The fence rattled behind us, a chain whisper under his words. "He opened the window," the boy went on, eyes unfocused now, staring somewhere past my shoulder. "He said that was where he parks his sleigh, outside. But I couldn't see anything. It was just dark. It was cold. He told me to be quiet. He kept saying it. There are lines you do not cross with a kid when you are trying to get information." I did not ask him what exactly the man did in that handful of minutes between closing the door and us hitting it. The officer did not either. Those questions would come later, in a quieter room, with trained people and his mother present. Right then, what we needed was the broad strokes. "How did you end up out here?" the officer asked. The boy frowned in concentration, as if he were trying to put the pieces back in order. "He said he was going to, show me the sleigh," he repeated. "He said I had to go first. He put me on the toilet and told me to climb. I didn't want to. I told him it was too high. He said real big boys aren't scared of little drops. He pushed the window more open." His hands mimed it, small fingers curling around an invisible frame. He lifted me up. It hurt a little on my arms. I could see the snow. He said, "Just jump." He said he'd catch me. My throat closed up. "Did he?" I asked. The boy shook his head. "I fell," he said simply. I landed on my side. He put a hand on the dirty smear down his jacket, winced. It hurt. I cried. I called for my mom, but she wasn't there. The door over there was shut. He nodded toward the emergency exit. I didn't know if I was allowed to open it, so I just stayed. His bottom lip trembled, eyes glassing over again. He told me not to look at the camera when we walked. He added abruptly, like an afterthought he had just remembered. "In the hallway. He said real Santas don't like cameras. He said it ruins the magic if you look at them." The words landed in me like ice. Behind us, the emergency door sat in its frame, camera perched above it somewhere, watching everything and nothing. Inside the building, wires ran through ceilings and walls, connecting lenses and feeds and screens that I had trusted to see more than any human could. The idea of that man, in that suit, aware of exactly where the cameras were focused, aware enough to tell a child not to look at them. It made the whole system feel less like a safety net and more like a set of blindfolds. The boy's mother reached us a minute later, escorted by another officer. I knew it was her before anyone said it. The moment she saw the neon jacket pressed against the wall, she made a sound I have heard only a few times in my life. Not a scream, not exactly. More like a strangled exhale that started in her spine and tore its way out. She ran those last few yards, boots slipping on the icy patches, arms out. The target bag was gone. Someone must have taken it from her without her noticing. She dropped to her knees in the snow, not caring that it soaked through her jeans, and pulled the boy against her. He buried his face in her coat, the sound of his sobbing finally breaking loose again, muffled in the fabric. She kept her eyes on him at first, both hands moving over his shoulders, his hair, checking for injuries she could not see. When she was satisfied that he was at least standing and breathing, her gaze snapped up. It landed on me. There is not a word for the look someone gives you when they are thankful and furious and terrified all at once. Her eyes were wet, mascara smudged in gray arcs under them, but her stare was sharp and clear. "Where were you?" she asked, voice shaking. It was not a fair question, not directed only at me. It was for the mall, for the building, for everyone and no one. "How did you let him?" She could not finish the sentence. Her face crumpled. She hugged her son tighter, pressing her cheek against the top of his hat as if trying to fuse them together. I did not have an answer that would satisfy either of us. I knew rationally that if I had not been watching the cameras when I was, if I had not gone down that hallway, if we had not hit that door, we could be standing in a much darker version of this lot. I knew that I had disrupted whatever the man in the suit had planned. But that knowledge did not scrub the guilt out. It just changed its flavor. I looked from her to the emergency exit to the smear of dirty snow under the little restroom window far above our heads, and then back toward the invisible point where the nearest security camera watched the loading dock from a distance. In the monitors upstairs, all of this was being recorded in grainy, indifferent black and white, timestamps ticking away in the corners. A system I had trusted for years had watched a man use its blind spots like doors and had been powerless to do anything but show me the aftermath. He told me not to look at the camera, the boy had said, voice small and matter of fact. Later, long after the police had taken statements and the boy had gone home, that sentence would be the one that kept replaying in my head. Not the details about the window, not the threat about no presence, not even the way his mother's arms shook as she held him. It was the idea that the man in the Santa suit moved through my building like someone reading a map I had drawn for him, and that he understood my cameras well enough to teach a child how to avoid them. When the sirens stopped echoing off the concrete and the boy was finally in his mother's car with an officer beside them, the building did what buildings do after something almost terrible happens. It tried to slide back to normal. The music came back up on the speakers. The stores kept ringing up sales. Someone mopped up a spilled soda near the food court. The smell of pretzels and cinnamon rolls drifted on the recycled air like nothing had changed. Upstairs, in the camera room, normal was not an option. 2 officers followed me down the back corridor and into the CCTV office. The room suddenly felt even smaller with them in it. One was the guy from the lot, his breath steaming earlier in the cold. The other was older, with a lined face and a notepad already in his hand. They had shed their caps, but not their alertness. Their radios muttered quietly on their shoulders, dispatch moving on to other calls. The hum of the DVR rack filled the silence, a low, constant whir. The monitors glowed in their metal frame, squares of the mall frozen on live feed. Timestamps ticked in white numbers in the corners of each frame, indifferent. "All right," the older officer said, pulling a chair around to face the main console. It creaked under his weight, complaining loudly. "Walk us through what you saw, then we'll pull it up." I sat back in my usual chair, suddenly aware of how worn the cushion had become. My hand found the mouse almost automatically, fingers settling into familiar grooves. The plastic felt slicker than normal. My palms had not stopped sweating. I told them the story I have been telling you. The wrong Santa on the throne after hours. The call to North Star. The blue jacket, the mother, the deal. The hallway, the restroom door. The boy's voice, the window, the hat. The PA call to the loading dock. As I spoke, I scrubbed back through the recorded footage, the digital timeline scrolling under my cursor. The DVR interface was ugly, utilitarian, gray blocks, small icons, but it did its job. Each camera had its own track. Each track held a continuous record of the evening. The mouse made small clicks as I jumped between timestamps. Fast forward, pause, rewind. The DVR's internal fan ramped up a notch when I sped through more than an hour at a time. The officers leaned in, the older one tapping his pen against his notebook, the younger one resting his forearms on his knees. We started with the atrium feed. On the screen, time rewound. Shoppers walked backward, bodies sliding in reverse, a jerky ballet of arms and legs. The wrong Santa stood up from the throne, sat down, stood again, unwaved at kids. The boy in the blue jacket reappeared, walking backward by the tree, his mother in a dark coat by his side. The man in red stepped backward onto the carpet, into his spot by the throne, then suddenly appeared further away, the frames stitching themselves together in reverse. I slowed it down to normal speed and let it play from a few minutes before 8. "There," I said quietly, pointing. We watched it unfold again. The mother and child approach. The slight tug of hesitation in her posture. The boy's head turning toward the throne. The man in the suit stepping fully off the red rug, closing the distance with those measured 2 quick steps. The conversation without sound. The nod. The concession. No one in the room said anything while they watched. The only noise was the whir of the DVR fans and the ticking of the wall clock behind us. I could hear the clack of the older officer's pen when he tightened his grip. We watched as the mother put the target bag down and turned away. The boy and Santa remained in their little circle of light. The man's gloved hand closed around the small wrist. They turned together, facing the painted arch. The boy looked back over his shoulder one last time. "Jesus," the younger cop muttered, almost under his breath. No one corrected him. We tracked them as long as we could on that camera, then jumped to the back hall feed. I dragged the timestamp slider to match the moment they should have emerged. The gray hallway appeared. At the edge of the frame, the man and the boy came into view, just like before. Hand on wrist, quick steps. The blue jacket, a pale blur in the black and white. We watched them move down the corridor. "Can you pause there?" the older officer asked. I hit space. The picture stuttered to a stop. Santa's body was angled toward the restroom door, mid-stride. The boy's head was turned, mouth open in what might have been a question or a protest. The man's shoulders were hunched. The employee's only lettering on the door at the end of the hall glowed faintly in the fluorescent light. "Back it up a couple of seconds," he said, frame by frame. I did. Click. 1 frame. Santa a step farther back. Click. Another. His head turned slightly, beard shifting. Click. There. For a single frame, just a fraction of a second, but frozen long enough now. We caught him looking up. His chin was tipped toward the corner of the ceiling where the camera sat, just out of frame. The strap-on beard obscured his mouth and jaw, but the glasses caught the light, and the shadows around his eyes resolved into something more defined. Even through the smear of pixels, the difference was obvious. "Zoom if you can," the younger cop said. I pushed the digital zoom as far as the software allowed. The image broke down into blocks, edges softening, but the essentials remained. His eyes were a pale gray, lighter than I had noticed live, almost colorless in the camera's monochrome. They sat a little deep in the sockets, lids heavy, but not drooping with age. There was no smile in them, no warmth. They were focused and flat, the way someone looks at a lens when they are making sure it sees them exactly how they want to be seen. The bridge of his nose had a slight bend to it, like it had been broken at some point and healed imperfectly. Beneath the beard, where it met the skin, small gaps showed tufts of darker stubble. His real facial hair, coarse and uneven, nothing like Larry's full, yellowed, natural beard. "Not your guy, huh?" the older officer said quietly. "No," I said. "That's not Larry. Larry's beard is real. His eyes are blue, nose is straight, and he's shorter. This guy's built different." "Not anyone else on staff?" the younger one asked. I thought of the faces I saw every day. The maintenance crew, the store managers, the kids at the pretzel stand, the janitors, the kiosk operators. None of them fit the build in front of me. None of them had that nose, those eyes. "I've never seen him before," I said, and felt a new layer of dread settle in. We had a stranger in a Santa suit walking around like he owned our atrium, and I had no idea how he had gotten into the building. We let the footage play again. Santa looked up at the camera for that one telling frame, then his head dipped. He leaned down toward the boy, maybe to say what the kid later repeated about cameras. Then he straightened and led the child the last few feet toward the restroom door. They disappeared out of the frame. I advanced the footage in real time, then faster, watching the hallway stay empty. "Okay," the older officer said. "Now show me what happens right after that." I moved the slider forward 5 seconds. 10. 15. The image did not change. The hallway remained frozen in its own motion. Hum of lights we could not hear, blank doors, no people. Something caught my eye in the top right of the screen. The picture stuttered, just for an instant. Horizontal lines rolled across the image, thin, bright bands that warped the doorway and the poster. The timestamp in the corner jumped. 8/11/27, 8/11/28, 8/11/26. Then corrected itself on the next frame. "Did you see that?" I asked, pointing. "Go back," the younger cop said. I scrubbed around the moment again. Each time, right after the boy and the man entered the restroom, the same thing happened. The image wavered, broke into disturbed stripes, the numbers in the corner hiccuping backward by a couple of seconds before snapping forward again. A glitch. Small, but unmistakable. When the picture stabilized, the hallway was unchanged, the door still closed, the world carrying on without them. There was no shot of them coming back out. "Does it do that a lot?" the older officer asked, frowning. "Not like that," I said. "We get dropouts sometimes, static, camera switching, but the timestamps don't usually skip like that." He made a non-committal noise and jotted something down. We moved to the exterior camera, covering the rear emergency door and the loading dock. This one showed the wall from the outside, the door with its crash bar, a slice of the lot, the corner of the chain-link fence. Snow stirred in the wind, catching the light from the lamp pole. The image quality was worse, older camera, but good enough to see motion. I scrolled to the time the boy said he fell. Nothing at first. Then, abruptly, the top center of the frame flickered. A small dark shape, a boot, a leg, appeared high on the wall for a fraction of a second, then dropped out of sight. A second later, a smaller figure popped into view at the bottom edge, tumbling awkwardly into the snow. The blue jacket turned gray on the monochrome feed, hit the ground, rolled a little. "Is that him?" the younger cop asked. "Yeah," I said quietly. "That's the kid." We watched as he struggled to his feet, stumbled toward the wall, and pressed himself against it, where we later found him. "Back up a couple of seconds," the older officer said. "Frame by frame again." I did. The same thin bands of interference crawled across the image right before the fall. For 3 or 4 frames, the picture tore horizontally. The outline of the window, half visible from below, warped. The numbers in the corner jerked. 8/11/56, 8/11/57, 8/11/54, 8/11/58. As if the system had lost its place and then found it again mid-stride. "Anyone else visible at any point?" he asked. We watched the sequence over and over, looking for the silhouette of a second body in the window. The shape of an arm pushing, a shadow moving. Every time, the same thing. Static, jump, kid. If there had been a man leaning out of that restroom window helping him, or forcing him through, The camera had chosen that exact second to smear and stutter. Could be the old wiring, I said, hating how weak it sounded coming out of my mouth. System's overdue for an upgrade. It's been recording over itself for years. Sometimes the hard drive skips. The younger officer looked at the DVR, then at me. Funny time to skip, he said. We went back to the interior feeds, trying to track the man in the suit after the restroom. I pulled up the camera over the loading dock door, the ones in the hallways branching off it, the stairwells, the main corridors leading to the exits. On most of them, he was conspicuously absent. No red suit moving through the lot. No Santa hat bobbing through the staff hall. No telltale beard and boots on the main floor. He appeared once more, briefly, almost as an afterthought. A fleeting figure on the edge of a camera covering a side service corridor near the mechanical room. Just a shoulder of red, the suggestion of white trim, moving quickly out of frame. Another glitch flared right afterward, scrambling the image for 3 or 4 frames. Pause it, the older cop said when I zoomed in on the frame of him, looking up at the hallway camera earlier. This one. I did. The wrong Santa's face filled the monitor as much as the resolution allowed. Glasses catching glare, eyes gray and flat. Beard buckled slightly where the elastic bit into his jaw. The bridge of his nose, crooked. The hint of uneven dark stubble beneath the fake white hair. The officer leaned in so close I could see his reflection ghosted over the man's face. "You said you didn't recognize him," he said to me. "Not staff, not Santa, not a regular." "No," I said. "I've never seen him before in my life." He nodded once, slowly. "We'll pull a still from this," he said. "Run it. See if anyone else has." We tried to export the footage. I dug into the system's backup menu, slotting a USB drive into the port on the front of the DVR. The machine beeped, little green light flashing as it registered the device. A progress bar popped up on the screen when I selected the time block around the incident. 7:50 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Cameras 3, 7, and 12. The bar crawled along for a few seconds, then stopped. A small, unfriendly message appeared in the middle of the screen. Error. Corrupted segment. Export failed for selected range. My stomach dropped. I tried again, narrowing the window. 8:05 to 8:20. Same error. Then 8:10 to 8:15. The key span between hallway and window. The red text blinked back at me like a refusal. "What does that mean?" the younger cop asked. "Probably just bad sectors on the drive," I said automatically. "This system's old. It's been recorded over 1 million times. It's been asking for an upgrade forever." The words came easy. I had heard them, said them, written them in emails. It was the timing that made my skin crawl. I called down to IT anyway. They came up. A guy in a faded polo with a badge that said, Mike. Hair standing up on one side from where he had been running his hands through it all day. He squinted at the error, grunted, and tried the same thing I had done. "Yeah," he said, after a few attempts. "Looks like the segment where it glitched got flagged by the system as corrupted. Might be some bad clusters on the drive. It'll still play back, obviously." He waved at the monitor, where the frozen face of the wrong Santa stared back at us. "But it doesn't like exporting it as one clean file. I can maybe salvage a lower res version off the network backup, but it's not going to be pretty." "Do that," the older officer said. His tone made it clear pretty was not the priority. Hours later, long after my shift should have ended, we had something. A hybrid of screenshots and compressed video clips burned onto a disk in a backup USB. The image quality was worse, more artifacting, more blocky motion, but the core was intact. The glitch was still there, the horizontal tears and the time hiccups baked in like scars. The face in the hallway remained too, the gray eyes, the crooked nose, the strap-on beard. We handed the copies over. The officers logged them, thanked us, promised follow-up. The live feeds went back to showing normal things. Cleaners moving through the empty mall, locking gates, late-night stock crews restocking shelves under half-dimmed lights. I shut down the export menu, returned to the main camera grid. For a long time, I just sat there, listening to the low buzz of the machines, watching the timestamps tick forward. On one monitor, the empty Santa throne waited under the still-lit tree, ropes coiled neatly around their stanchions. On another, the hallway to the employee restrooms glowed under indifferent fluorescent tubes. The open restroom door, now splintered at the frame, stood just out of sight. Every system in the room said it was working properly. Every file said it had done its best. Every explanation anyone offered for the glitches sounded technically plausible. And yet, as I stared at the frozen still of that man's face on a printed copy later, the grainy pixels resolving into something like an expression, I could not shake the feeling that for a few minutes that night, something had not just slipped through the gaps in our cameras. It had reached up and put its hands in the recording itself, smudging the moments that mattered most. The official story came together faster than I expected. By Monday morning, the incident had already been shaved down, smoothed out, and wrapped in corporate language. I knew because I was sitting in a conference room that smelled like coffee and dry erase markers, while the mall manager read from talking points someone above him had written. Minor incident resolved quickly by our excellent security team, he said, eyes moving back and forth over the printout. No injuries. Child safely returned to parent. Local authorities notified out of an abundance of caution. The words Santa, restroom, and window did not appear anywhere in that version. The phrase unauthorized individual in costume did. We were all there. Me, Rick, a couple of store managers, someone from HR, a regional rep patched in over speakerphone. The blinds were half closed, slats casting thin shadows across the table. The HVAC hummed steadily overhead, loud enough that sometimes you had to lean in to catch what the disembodied voice on the speaker was saying. "This is not the kind of story we want on the 6 o'clock news," the voice said. "Parents are on edge enough during the holidays. The important thing here is that the child is safe. Our security response was fast, and the mall remains a safe environment for families. That's the message." "Understood," the GM said. They talked about optics and brand trust and minimizing disruption. They talked about coordinating statements with North Star, about making sure everyone said the same thing if asked. What they did not talk about was the man's face. They did not talk about the way he had looked up at the hallway camera. They did not talk about the glitch in the footage, the missing seconds, the way the boy's voice had sounded behind the restroom door. When it was my turn to speak, it was mostly for the benefit of the notes. I went through the timeline again, citing the Santa after hours, calling North Star, seeing the boy and his mother, the hallway, the door, the loading dock. Everything I said was filtered through the awareness that every word was being weighed, not only for accuracy, but for liability. When I finished, the regional rep cleared their throat on the speaker. "You and Mr. Ricks did exactly what we would hope our team would do in that situation," they said. Quick action, proper escalation. We're grateful for that. At the same time, we want to make sure no one over-dramatizes this when speaking to friends, family, or, God forbid, the media. HR took over after that. We were reminded about social media policies. No posts about work. No offhand mentions in comments. No anonymous tip-offs to local blogs. If the press called, we were to direct them to the corporate PR contact and say nothing else. You'll be tempted, HR said, smiling like this was all hypothetical. People love a scary story, especially around the holidays. But rumors can do real damage to the mall's reputation and to yours. They did not have to say what they were really worried about. Words like attempted abduction and fake Santa bouncing around Facebook with our mall's name attached. North Star sent a representative that same day, a woman in a navy blazer, carrying a branded portfolio and an expression of controlled mortification. She met briefly with management, then with me and Rick. She apologized a lot. On behalf of the company, of course, not personally. North Star took this very seriously. They were reviewing their costume storage protocols. They were cooperating fully with law enforcement. They had already sent a bouquet and a stack of digital photo vouchers to the boy's family, along with a letter that used the phrase "unfortunate incident" twice. When I asked her if any of their staff recognized the face in the stills we had printed, she shook her head without hesitation. "We showed it to Larry," she said. "He said he's never seen that man before. None of our Santas in the region match that description. None of our elves either. He's not one of ours." There was a thin line of anger under her professionalism, the kind you only trace if you are looking for it. Not at me. At the situation. At the idea that someone had slipped on the costume and nearly turned her holiday activation into a police case. "If you do find out who he is," she added, "we'd appreciate being informed. We'll want to make sure he never gets near one of our sets again." Assuming, I thought, he hasn't already been. Out on the mall floor, the official version implemented itself. By Tuesday, the Santa set was back in operation as if nothing had happened. Larry sat in the throne, his real beard, his real eyes, his real laugh. Kids lined up again. Parents watched their children a little more closely. Maybe. Hands lingering on shoulders, fingers tightening around little wrists when they stepped up to the red carpet. But the machine rolled on. The incident became a sentence in a briefing, a line in an email. We had one of those too, a memo from corporate, flagged internal, do not share. It praised our security team's swift response, referenced an unauthorized individual in costume escorted off premises. Not true. We never laid hands on him, and emphasized that at no point was any child in lasting danger. I read that last part 3 times. No lasting danger. It was technically, probably, legally accurate. The boy went home with his mother. He had bruises, maybe some nightmares. No physical harm beyond that. But the phrase sat in my gut like a stone. After that, the sounds of the mall turned against me. I had spent years with the noise, the drones, the hums, the snatches of playlist. They had always faded to background. Now, every note felt like a distraction. The Christmas music especially grated. The same 20 songs on loop, jolly and relentless. I started hearing the seams in the audio files, the little stutters where one track ended and the next began, as if the building itself was skipping. The HVAC's low roar, once comforting, now felt like something trying to cover other sounds. The PA announcements, with their fake brightness, sounded more like interruptions than information. At home, at night, when my own fridge clicked on and off and my baseboard heater groaned, the noise did not make me feel less alone. It made me wonder what the silence was hiding between the words. I started staying late. Officially, I was there to assist with police requests and support IT in extracting footage. Unofficially, I could not make myself leave the monitors alone. Every time I thought about shutting the system down and going home, I saw the fake Santa's pale eyes looking up at the hallway camera, and my hand drifted back to the mouse. When the mall closed and the foot traffic on the live feeds thinned to nothing, I would pull up the recordings again, not just from that night, but from the nights leading up to it. I scrubbed through hours of footage, fast-forwarding most of it, slowing down whenever something, a flash of movement, a glitch, a shift in posture, caught my eye. The DVR's fan became my soundtrack. There was a moment, sometime after midnight on the third night, when I froze on a frame and swore, the way you swear you see a face in a dark window, that he was looking not just at the camera, but through it, through the wires, through the circuits, into the cramped little room where I was sitting. It was the same hallway shot as before, him turning his head toward the lens, eyes catching the light. But alone in that office, with the rest of the building dark and the only brightness coming from the screens, I felt something else in it. I remember leaning back, rolling my chair until my spine hit the wall. The plastic of the chair creaked, the sound too loud in the quiet. My heart picked up speed in that irrational way that has nothing to do with logic and everything to do with staring at something too long. I still tell myself it was just my mind, exhausted and primed for fear, injecting meaning into pixels. But then I found the other footage. It was almost by accident. I had been working backward, day by day, through the December recordings, checking the evening hours around Santa's set. Most nights, it was exactly what you would expect. Lines of kids, Larry in the throne, parents taking phone pictures, nothing more sinister than a tantrum over a dropped candy cane. On one clip from earlier that week, 3 days before the blue jacket, I paused on the atrium feed from the upper level. The camera up there looked down over the rail, giving a bird's eye view of the tree and the set. The upper level walkway wrapped around it in a wide ring, with benches and planters along the railing. At about 6:30 that evening, the crowd below was thick. Santa was in full swing, elves hustling, kids lined up. Above, on the second-floor balcony, a man stood alone by the railing. Something about the way he was standing snagged my attention. He wasn't leaning on the rail the way people normally do when they rest their arms. He wasn't scrolling his phone. He wasn't talking to anyone. He stood with his hands in the pockets of his jacket, shoulders slightly forward, head tilted down at a very specific angle, just enough to give him a clear view of the throne area below. I rewound and watched him enter the frame. He came out of the flow of shoppers from one of the anchor stores, then stopped at the railing like he had chosen the spot on purpose. He stayed there. He did not move for a long time. Zooming in from that angle and distance made the image ugly, but it was enough. He wore a dark coat, something heavy enough for winter, but not distinctive. A knit cap pulled down low over his ears. No beard, no red suit, no hat with a pom-pom, just a face. Blocky as it was, I could see the layout of it. The nose with that same slight bend, the set of the jaw under a shadow of patchy stubble. The eyes, even in grayscale, registering as light, gray maybe, staring straight down at the Santa set with an intensity that had nothing to do with holiday spirit. I sat there, watching the aggregated pixels shift as he blinked occasionally as people moved around him, oblivious. He stayed in that spot for almost 7 minutes, did not buy anything, did not sit, did not adjust his hat, just watched. Then, when the line below hit a lull, when the elves took a short break and Santa chatted with a coworker, he turned away. He merged back into the crowd on the upper level and disappeared out of that camera's view. I checked the timestamp, 3 days before. I toggled back to the closer hallway shot from the night of the incident, zoomed in on the wrong Santa's face as he glanced at the camera, switched between the 2 frames back and forth, different clothes, different context, same crooked nose, same light, flat eyes, same jawline under different hair. He had been there already. No costume, no beard. Just another anonymous winter coat on the upper level. Standing at the railing, looking down, the way someone does when they are not part of the crowd, but studying it. Recon. The official story said, unauthorized individual in costume, as if he had just appeared, random and impulsive, a one-time intrusion solved and gone. The tape told me something else. For a while, I thought changing jobs would fix it. A year after that December, I was gone from Riverway. There were a few reasons on paper. Better pay, regular hours, less weekend work. But if you stripped away the polite explanations, it came down to this. I no longer trusted the building I was working in, and I did not trust myself inside it. I took an operations job at a logistics company in an office park off the interstate. My new mall was a row of low concrete buildings with tinted windows, flanked by loading bays and stacks of shipping containers. My new soundscape was the clack of keyboards, the occasional ring of a desk phone, the squeak of desk chairs, and the rolling thunder of semi-trucks pulling in and out of the yard. No Christmas music on loop. No carousels of sale announcements. No Santa sets. I told myself that was an upgrade. My hours shifted too. Instead of closing up a mall at 10 or 11, I was clocking out from a day shift at 5:30, driving home in traffic with everyone else. The midnight empty building walks became a thing of the past. I traded the hum of security monitors for spreadsheets and shipment trackers. On my way to and from work, I still drove past Riverway sometimes. You cannot spend that many years in one place and not have its outline burned into your mental map. The mall sat where it always had, a big familiar shape off the highway, its logo glowing above the trees. In December, the big front windows would be dressed in whatever theme corporate had picked that year. Huge vinyl ornaments, stylized snowflakes, slogans about joy. The first Christmas after I left, they had a new tree in the atrium. I know because I saw it in a commercial, of all things. A quick, glossy shot on a local TV ad. A smiling family, kids on an escalator, a sparkling tree in the background, and a red-suited Santa waving at the camera. I recognized the spot where the throne used to be. I did not recognize the Santa. I never went inside to see it in person. Every time I passed the exit that led to Riverway, I felt a little tug, like a muscle memory telling me I should be turning there. I kept my hands at 10 and 2 and stayed on the freeway. That was the thing the official version did not touch. Not the kid, not the cops, not the security footage. but the way the whole event rewired the inside of my head. Before that winter, malls were just malls to me. Annoying, noisy, sometimes boring, sometimes exhausting. Places you worked in or walked through or avoided on weekends. After that, every public space started to look like a diagram. When I went shopping, even just for socks at a different mall on the other side of town, I found myself scanning without thinking. Where are the cameras? What angle do they have? Where do the feeds overlap? Where are the gaps? Which doors are staff only? And do they open onto short hallways or long ones? Is there a direct line from anywhere kids would be to anywhere the public does not see? Christmas made it worse. The first December at my new job, a coworker suggested we all walk over to the nearby shopping center on lunch to check out the holiday stuff. I almost said no on reflex, then forced myself to go. It felt childish not to. The mall was smaller than Riverway, a single story, no atrium. Their Santa setup was tucked into a corner near a department store entrance, framed by fake snow and cardboard candy canes. A woman in an elf costume managed the line, which consisted of 3 kids and some bored-looking parents. Santa sat on a throne that looked like it had seen better days, stuffing on one armchair splitting at the seam. I hung back by a coffee kiosk, hands wrapped around a paper cup, watching. I paid attention to things I never used to notice. Did Santa ever stand up? If he did staff move with him? Or did he wander on his own? Was the area behind the backdrop solid wall? Or was there an access door? Were there sight lines from the set to the back corridors? How close were the nearest restrooms? Did the security cameras cover the approach from more than one angle? I watched the elf too. Did she ever look bored enough to walk away? Did her eyes track the kids, even when she was not on? My coworkers chatted about gift ideas and holiday travel plans, steam from their coffees curling up in front of their faces. I nodded at the right times, made the right noises, but my attention was elsewhere. When one of them asked if I wanted to grab a picture with Santa as a joke, I laughed, said something about not wanting to crack the chair, and pretended that was the only reason. If I had kids of my own, I do not think I could have let them sit on that throne. I do not have any, but I have nieces, nephews, friends' kids. A couple of times in the years after, I ended up at malls with them in December, watching their eyes light up when they saw a Santa set. "Go on," one of my sisters said once, nudging her daughter forward. "Uncle will take you to see Santa." I shook my head before I could stop myself. "I'll stand over here," I said, smile tight. "You go with her." She rolled her eyes, called me paranoid in that fond, exasperated way only family can get away with. She was half right. I stood a few feet back, arms crossed, muscles tight, as her little girl climbed up into a stranger's lap. The Santa in that mall was probably a perfectly decent guy. He had the right beard, the right laugh. There were elves and cameras and other parents watching. Nothing happened. My niece came back down grinning, clutching a candy cane, bouncing on her toes. It did not matter. The unease was there anyway, a low-grade hum that did not go away when the Christmas lights came down. I became the kind of person who always knows where the exits are. In restaurants, I would clock the fire doors without trying. In grocery stores, I would notice the security mirrors and the blind aisles. My brain kept laying down invisible camera grids over whatever room I was in, checking coverage. Years went by like that. The story faded from the outside world. The police never called me back with a neat conclusion. No mugshot showed up on the news that I could point to and say, "That's him." No arrest report with the words Santa costume in it. It slipped into that strange category of things that almost happened but never quite crystallized into a shareable headline. Inside my head, though, it stayed sharp. Sometimes it would surface at odd moments. The sound of a kid laughing in another aisle, the squeak of cheap rubber soles on tile in an echoey corridor, the particular way a bathroom fan rattled against concrete, and sometimes it was something as small as a song. It was a few years later, in a different mall entirely, that the past reached out and tapped me on the shoulder. I was there on a lunch break, alone. The office park where I worked now sat near a newer shopping center, the kind with polished floors and skylights and a curated smell. I had walked over to stretch my legs and ended up with a coffee from a kiosk in the central court, standing by a railing while people flowed past in both directions. It was December. Decorations hung from the ceiling, all brushed metal and white lights. Their Santa set was sleek and branded, with a backdrop that looked like a magazine ad. The throne sat under a smaller, tasteful tree. The Santa there was slimmer, his suit cut better, the whole thing looking more like a lifestyle photo shoot than the old plastic wonderland at Riverway. I was not paying much attention to him. I was watching the crowd, the way old habits die slow. My mind drifted. The coffee was hot against my fingers. The mall's sound system was playing yet another Christmas song, something jazzy and inoffensive. It faded out as I took a sip. The next track rolled in on a soft swell of strings. I almost did not register it at first. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. There are only so many versions of that song. I have heard most of them. But as the vocal came in, slow and breathy, and the first verse slid into the chorus, something in the mix snagged at me. Make the Yuletide gay. The words stretched just a fraction too long. Then, for less than a second, the audio jumped. Like someone had nudged a needle on a record. The chorus caught, looped half a beat, then snapped forward, the instruments riding over the hitch as if nothing had happened. A micro glitch. Most people around me did not even seem to notice. Shoppers kept walking. Kids kept talking. A woman pushed a stroller past, humming along under her breath, not missing a word. My hand went cold around the coffee cup. It was the same remix. Not just the same song. A lot of places use the same stock playlists, but the same exact version I had listened to for weeks in Riverway. The same production. The same soft, breathy vocal. The same, almost imperceptible skip in the chorus that I had noticed that first night when the system glitched and the song looped a few times before switching tracks. In one of any 100 malls in any state, under a different skylight, near a different tree, my ears dragged me backward. For a second, the polished floor under my shoes felt like cheap tile. The clean white light overhead seemed harsher, buzzing. The coffee in my hand became the lukewarm, burnt sludge from the security office pot. And that familiar, stupid, cozy recording of a Christmas standard sounded less like background music and more like what it had been that year. A wallpaper of sound laid over something nobody wanted to acknowledge. I looked over, automatically, toward their Santa set. He was sitting on his throne, laughing. A little girl in a red dress perched on his knee, grinning wide for a parent's phone. An elf in a branded polo shirt held a tablet, taking down email addresses. Above them, a discreet camera for instant photo prints blinked its tiny red light. Everything looked normal, Controlled, professional, safe. My brain knew that. My body did not care. The chorus rolled on, smooth again, pretending it had never caught. I stood there in the middle of that new, shiny mall with a perfectly good coffee in my hand and my heart beating a little too fast, listening to the song that had played the year a stranger in a Santa suit walked out of the blind spots in my cameras and into a part of my memory I still cannot file away as just a glitch. It did not come back to me in a mall, or a parking lot, or a hallway. It came back on a Tuesday night in my living room when I was halfway through reheated leftovers and not paying real attention to anything. Winter again. Not Christmas Eve or anything dramatic. Early December, a work night. Outside, the streetlights threw soft orange circles onto patches of dirty snow along the curb. My apartment is on the second floor of a tired 3-story building, the kind with thin walls and radiators that clang once before they decide whether they feel like working. Inside, the place was quiet in that familiar, slightly off way. The TV was on more for company than because I cared. The local news hummed from the corner, moving through its usual rotation of traffic accidents, school board updates, and weather alerts. I had a plate of microwave-warmed pasta in front of me, a fork in one hand, my phone in the other. It was the kind of evening that blurs into all the others when you look back. The fridge door, apparently, had not closed all the way when I'd grabbed a drink. I did not notice until the compressor kicked on. It happened with a low, complaining groan, the whole unit vibrating just enough to make the magnets on the door buzz against each other. The noise filled the apartment in an odd way, a low mechanical growl sliding under the TV audio. A spoon in the dish rack rattled gently. The sound made me glance over my shoulder, even though I already knew what it was. On the TV, the anchor's voice shifted tone from bored professional to slightly somber. I caught the phrase, developing story, and Amber Alert expanded, which are never things you want to hear in the same sentence. I might have changed the channel if it had been any other topic. I was tired of bad news. But something about the phrase holiday shopping season hooked me in time to keep me from hitting the remote. Police in central Indiana are asking for the public's help locating a missing 8-year-old girl, the anchor said, her expression falling into that practiced, serious look. She was last seen yesterday evening at the Ridgewood Commons strip mall, just outside of Bloomington. Authorities released this surveillance video, which appears to show the child walking with an unidentified adult man shortly before she disappeared. They cut to the footage. It was the kind of clip that all looks the same after a while. Grainy security camera video, time stamp in the corner, colors washed out under sickly sodium vapor lights. The angle was high, looking down over a strip of parking lot between a row of stores and a line of parked cars. You could see the glow from a nail salon, the muted signage of a dollar store, the bay of a big box retailer in the background. In the clip, a small figure in a puffy coat walked along the striped lane between the parking spaces and the storefronts. A little girl, arms slightly out from her sides, hat with a pom-pom. Beside her, a taller shape, a man in a gray hoodie, the hood up, dark knit cap underneath, jeans, hands in his pockets. They moved at an unhurried pace, like any parent and child heading back to a car. Except the news crawl at the bottom of the screen, and the tone in the anchor's voice told me that was not what this was. I watched as they passed under a light pole. The illumination turned their faces into blown-out ovals. The girl was looking down, focusing on the icy patches on the asphalt. The man's head was angled slightly away from the camera, profile mostly hidden. If you recognize this man, or have any information about their whereabouts, the anchor said over the footage, you're asked to contact. My thumb moved on reflex, reaching for the remote. I did not want to see more. I was tired. I did not want someone else's nightmare piled onto the little stack of my own I already carried around. I had the channel button half pressed when they ran the clip again, this time with a zoom. Here's that video slowed down and enhanced, the screen filled with a tighter crop of the same scene. The resolution turned to mush when they pushed in, but the essentials were there. The curve of the man's jaw above the hoodie, the line of his nose, the shadow of what might have been stubble along his cheek. They replayed the same second 3 times. First pass. The girl and the man walking side by side. The man's face turned down just enough that the brim of his cap cast a shadow over his eyes. Second pass. The brightness adjusted, contrast pushed. The glare from the parking lot lights flared, then receded, details fighting their way back out of the bloom. Third pass. The frame paused just as he shifted his head, just a fraction, toward the camera's direction. It was small, just a tiny pivot of his chin toward the lens. But in that moment, the shadow shifted off his features enough that the structure underneath showed through. His nose had that same slight break to it, a curve in the bridge that looked like it had been broken once and set imperfectly. His jaw jutted a little more on one side. There was the hint of rough, uneven facial hair along his upper lip and jawline, too patchy to be a full beard, the kind of stubble that looked perpetually halfway to something and never quite there. And then there were the eyes. The broadcast quality was garbage, but on that frozen frame, as the station's graphics department held the image and drew a red circle around his face, I saw the same thing I had seen in the hallway camera years ago. Light eyes. Not blue, not green. Washed out gray in the monochrome haze. Set a little deep, the lids heavy. Focused in that flat, assessing way that felt less like surprise at the camera and more like acknowledgement of it. In the half second before they cut to a still photo of the missing girl, it looked like he was looking out of my television and directly into my living room. My hand slipped on the remote. It did not fall, but it knocked against the edge of the coffee table, sending a dull clack through the room. A fork slid off my plate and hit the floor with a soft metallic clink. My heart jumped so hard, it felt like it hit my throat and bounced. On the TV, the anchor's voice kept going. Was last seen wearing a purple jacket and black leggings. She is 4 feet 2 inches tall, with brown hair and brown eyes. The man seen in the video is described as white, mid-30s to 40s, approximately 5'10". The words blurred. My vision tunneled, the edges of the room fuzzing a little. The TV's sound dropped down and away, like someone had turned a dial not on the volume, but on its presence. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional rush of the forced air heat through the vent, the muffled footsteps from the apartment overhead. All of it faded out for a few seconds. For a moment, all I could really hear was the sound of my own pulse. It thudded in my ears, uneven, a little too fast. My fingers went numb and then prickly around the remote. I forced myself to breathe. In, out. The sounds of the room crept back in with the air. The fridge compressor hummed along, the vibration making a low buzzing sound against the linoleum. The heater kicked on with a dull clang in the pipes. On the TV, The weather graphic slid into place, the anchor's voice shifting back into its cheerful cadence, talking about a cold front. They had moved on. My dinner was cooling on the table, untouched. I picked the fork up from the floor, set it back on the plate, and just sat there, staring at the dark screen in the window across from me. The glass reflected the TV's glow, superimposing the station's logo over the dim outline of my own face. There is a special kind of denial that kicks in when you do not want to believe your brain is making a connection. You tell yourself all the things you are supposed to tell yourself. Lots of people have broken noses. Lots of guys in their 30s wear hoodies and caps. Security camera footage makes everyone look a little strange. Your memory of someone's face from grainy hallway footage years ago is not a reliable forensic tool. You are not an expert. You are tired. You are seeing what you expect to see. All of that is probably true. And yet, in the back of my mind, I could see a different screen. The Riverway hallway camera, frozen on the wrong Santa looking up. The gray eyes, the crooked nose, the strap-on beard. Now that image sat next to the still from the news. Same nose, minus the beard. Same eyes, under a knit cap instead of a Santa hat. I did what you are not supposed to do and grabbed my phone. I pulled up the local station's website, found the Developing Story segment, watched the clip again on a smaller screen. Then, I dug through an old email folder where I had kept some of the stills from Riverway, the ones the police had let me print for internal review. It took longer than it should have. I had not looked at them in a long time. My thumb hovered over the attachment before I opened it. Two faces stared back at me, a few years and some different pixels apart. One in a Santa suit, one in a hoodie. Both half turned toward the cameras that had caught them. Both with that same almost smile that did not touch their eyes. The newscaster's voice on my TV droned on about wind chill advisories. My fridge hummed. The heater cycled off, leaving a momentary hole in the room's sound before the building's other noises flowed in to fill it. Towards the end of the segment, before the weather, the anchor repeated the details. Last seen at Ridgewood Commons, a strip mall just off Highway 37, east of Bloomington. The shopping center is a popular destination during the holiday season. Ridgewood Commons. That name snagged on something in my memory. It took me another minute to figure out why. Back when I still worked at Riverway, I had spent an afternoon clicking through North Star Events' website, half out of boredom, half out of curiosity. They had a page with a map, dotted with pins indicating holiday partner locations. Their talking points about Santa experiences spread across the region, from one Midwestern state to the next. I remember scrolling and seeing the list of towns, the clusters around big malls I recognized, a few smaller locations at strip centers and outdoor plazas. One of them, I was almost sure, had been Ridgewood Commons. I could not prove any of it, sitting there in my living room with a cold plate of pasta and a jumpy heart. I did not know whether the man in the hoodie on my TV was the same man in the Santa suit on my old hallway camera. I did not know if he had any connection to North Star, or if he was just another ghost passing through someone else's blind spots. The police, the news, the world at large would treat that video as one clip in a larger story. Either they would find the girl, or they would not. Either they would identify the man, or he would stay grainy forever. In my head, though, lines started connecting themselves, one after another, in a pattern I did not know how to unsee. I told myself I was not going to go looking for it. Missing kids on the news are the kind of stories you let pass, because if you let each one in all the way, you never sleep again. You donate if you can. You keep an eye out if you are local, and you move on. That is the healthy version. But once the broadcast ended, and the room went back to being just my cheap apartment with its humming fridge and uneven heat, the still frame of that man walking beside the little girl stayed behind, burned onto the inside of my eyes. I lasted maybe 15 minutes. I tried to wash my plate, wipe down the counter, pretend there were dishes more urgent than a knot in my gut. The water ran too hot, steaming up the little kitchen window. The pipes rattled when I shut it off. I dried my hands on a towel that still smelled faintly like laundry detergent and stale air. Then I sat back down at the table, pulled the laptop toward me, and opened it. The glow from the screen made the rest of the room darker. I typed the station's call letters into the search bar, added "Missing Girl Ridgewood Commons," hit enter. The site came up fast. The front page had the story front and center. Local girl missing from strip mall. Authorities release surveillance video. They had embedded the same clip I had just seen on TV. I clicked it, then immediately dragged the cursor down to bring up the little control bar. The video started with a pre-roll ad. Sound muted until I unmuted it, then muted it again. I did not want the anchor's voice in my ears. I wanted the raw footage. When the clip proper started, I full screened it. The first pass showed the same thing in motion I had watched in my living room. A wide shot of the parking lot, the girl in her coat, the man in the hoodie. I let it play once at normal speed, just to mark the beats in my head. The timestamp in the corner confirmed this was from the evening before, around 7 at night. The numbers looked familiar, the format reminding me of the Riverway system, even though the fonts were different. On the second pass, I dragged the slider back and dropped the playback speed down to a quarter. The movement turned slow and jerky, every step a deliberate, slightly haunted stride. The girl's arms swayed, her hat bobbed. The man's hooded head shifted less. The car headlights in the background streaked in smears of light. I froze the frame at the moment he stepped directly under the nearest lamp pole. The light was harsh, pooling on his shoulders and the top of his cap, casting his face mostly in shadow. I took a breath anyway and started nudging the arrow keys, one press at a time, each tap jolting the image forward a single frame. His chin lifted a little. Arrow key. His head rotated a fraction of an inch. Arrow key. The glare shifted off his glasses. No, not glasses, I realized, just the sheen of his eyes catching light. Arrow key. There, the moment when his face turned far enough toward the camera that the structure underneath the hoodie became visible. The pause button icon hovered over the center of the screen like a little target. I stared past it. On the laptop's keyboard, my fingers found the brightness controls and pushed the level up. The dull gray tones on the video lightened, detail emerging from the dark. I leaned in until my nose was almost touching the screen, close enough that the pixels became obvious building blocks. The curve of the nose was there, the same slight bend in the bridge, a little off to one side, like it had been broken and set by someone who was in a hurry or did not care. The jaw jutted a millimeter more on the right, just enough to give his face an uneven cast. Around his mouth and chin, the shadow of stubble was visible. Patchy, rough, not the kind of well-groomed growth you see in beard oil commercials. The skin texture was dirty snow on a TV screen, but the outlines were there. The eyes, as much as pixelation allowed, were light. That washed out pale again. He was not looking dead center into the lens. His attention was tilted toward the lane in front of him. But in the frozen frame, there was a split second of almost alignment, like his gaze had brushed the camera on its way past. I let the video sit like that while I dug through my laptop folders. The Riverway files were not labeled the way a sane person would label them. They were artifacts of a time when I had been too tired and too shaken to think of future organization. Names like Santa Hallway 1 PNG and Weird Frame 33 JPG. Screenshots from the DVR, not exports. The system had never liked giving up those segments clean. I had grabbed stills as images instead. I opened one. The hallway again. The employee's only door at the end. And in the foreground, the wrong Santa, mid-step, head tipped up toward the camera. His beard was on in this shot, the strap barely visible where it cut into his cheek. His hat sat low on his forehead, but his eyes were clear. The nose's break was clearer. The line of his jaw cut into the fuzz of the footage. I resized both windows and dragged them so they sat side by side on my screen. On the left, the Santa frame, red suit, rendered in gray now, fake beard, eyes under the brim of the hat, looking up. On the right, the Ridgewood clip paused on the man in the hoodie, hood up, cap down, eyes catching the glare. They were not identical. How could they be? Different cameras, different angles, different lighting, different years. One shot from above, one at a slight tilt, one indoors, one outdoors, one in December under fluorescent tubes, one in December under a parking lot lamp. If you showed them to someone else, cold, with no context, they might see two different men, but my brain started overlaying them automatically. It always does that, even with strangers on the street. Matches patterns, fills gaps, draws lines between dots. The break in the nose sat in the same place in both images, an invisible thumb pressing at the same angle. The outer corners of the eyes had that same slight downturn, giving both faces a tired, heavy-lidded look that had nothing to do with age. The distance from the nose to the upper lip looked the same, the shape of the jaw below echoing itself even under fake hair in one image and under a hood in the other. Even the way the head was tilted, just a touch forward, chin not fully lifted, like someone unused to making full eye contact with lenses, looked familiar. I sat there for a long time, clicking back and forth between the two images, full screening one, then the other. Each swap made my stomach twist a little tighter. I knew all the reasons I should not jump from resemblance to certainty. I am not a detective. I am not a forensics expert. Digital footage lies all the time. Cameras exaggerate some features and erase others. Memory is notoriously bad at this. Ask any jury. None of that stopped what was happening in my chest. Because for me, for the version of me who had stood in a fluorescent hallway listening to a kid's voice behind a locked door, the man on that strip mall camera was the same man who had worn the suit in Riverway. Maybe a few years older, maybe a little more worn, but cut from the same bone. Even if I were wrong in some technical way, emotionally, I had crossed the gap. My brain had put them in the same file and closed the folder. The worst part was the realization that there was not much I could do with that. I was not at Riverway anymore. I did not have my old contacts on speed dial. The officer whose card I had once kept in my wallet was probably at a different precinct or buried under 100 other cases. What was I going to say? "Hi, Remember me? I think a guy from a security camera 5 years ago looks like a guy on the news tonight. Please act on that. Maybe I should have called anyway. Maybe I still should. I am not holding that up as some noble restraint. It felt like uselessness, not wisdom. There is a particular kind of helplessness that comes from realizing you saw something early and it did not matter. And now you are looking at the probable consequence on a screen. On impulse, I scrolled down. The station had mirrored the segment to their YouTube channel, embedded right on the page. Under the player window, the usual chaos unfolded. Comments. Most of them were the same mix of horror and sympathy you see under any missing child report. Prayers, anger, people blaming parents for letting kids walk too far ahead, people blaming the world for being what it is. I almost closed the tab. Then one comment, buried halfway down, snagged my eye. It was not even a top comment. No likes, no replies, just a single line from an account with a throwaway username and a gray default avatar. Pretty sure I've seen that guy working as a Santa at our mall a few years back. Gave me the creeps. That was it. No details, no location, no follow-up. The algorithm had not surfaced it. The crowd had not engaged with it. It just sat there, a little single-sentence flare fired into a void. My finger hovered over the username, tempted to click to see if they posted anything else, if they elaborated. They had not. No videos. No other comments in their history that I could see. Just that one, tossed into the flood and essentially ignored. It was nothing, in the official sense. Not admissible, not actionable, not verifiable. But alone in my quiet apartment, with the fridge humming and the heater ticking, and two faces staring back at me from my laptop screen, that nothing felt like confirmation. Whoever had typed that line out there, somewhere, had felt the same thing I had felt in the pit of my stomach when I saw that man's profile. Recognition, followed by a drop. For a moment, it was like standing in that camera office again, years ago, watching a stranger in a Santa suit sit alone under a fake tree, and realizing you are not the only one who has ever seen him and thought, without knowing exactly why, he does not belong here. Right now, it is just me, this laptop, and the little noises this building makes when it thinks nobody is listening. The kitchen light above me is one of those cheap yellow bulbs screwed into a ceiling fan that probably came with the apartment in the 90s. The fan is off, but the glass cover trembles a little whenever someone walks hard in the hallway outside, making the light wobble in tiny, nervous pulses. The rest of the place is mostly dark. Living room couch in silhouette, TV screen black, blinds half closed over a view of the parking lot and the faint, distant glow of the highway. Behind me, the fridge has finally shut up. It had been humming for the last 20 minutes or so, a low, steady drone that I stopped noticing until it cut out. When it did, the absence of it fell over the apartment like someone putting a hand over my mouth. The radiator under the window is in one of its sulking moods and is not doing much of anything. Somewhere above, my upstairs neighbor drags a chair across the floor, legs screeching against wood. 2 beats later, there is a muffled thump, like they sat down harder than they meant to. I should be doing something ordinary, paying bills, answering work emails, letting myself fall down a rabbit hole of videos that mean nothing. Instead, I am staring at the Submit Your Story form on a horror channel's website, the cursor blinking in an empty box that says, "Tell us what happened." This is not the kind of box I ever pictured filling out when I was a kid. I am not the send my trauma to strangers online type. I do not have a blog. I do not post long threads. If you went through my social media, you would find pictures of other people's birthdays, the occasional dog, a lot of nothing. And yet, here I am, typing this out like a confession and sending it not to a cop or a therapist, but to whoever filters the inbox for a YouTube channel about true horror stories. Let me be clear about a couple of things before you decide what to do with what you are hearing. I am not doing this for views. I am not doing this because I think I am special or because I want my story to sit between sponsorships and jump cuts. I am not doing it for healing either. Just saying the word feels wrong in my mouth. I do not believe telling this will fix anything, for me or anyone else. I am doing it because I cannot stand the idea that this whole thing exists only in my head and in a few old hard drives in a storage room somewhere. I am doing it because it has been years, and I still cannot walk past a Santa set in a mall without mapping the blind spots and wondering who decided where the cameras went. And I am doing it because right now, while I am typing this, there are parents out there standing in line with their kids, pulling gloves off, smoothing down hair, saying, "Go on, it's just for a picture," to men in red suits whose real names they do not know. When I say you, I have a pretty specific picture in mind. You might be lying in bed, phone in your hand, screen brightness turned down low. Maybe you are wearing headphones or earbuds. Maybe the room around you is dark, except for the blue glow from the screen. The AC unit in your window or in the wall is humming, blowing air that smells like dust. Down the hall, your fridge clicks on, clicks off. A car passes outside, throwing a quick smear of light across your ceiling. Or you might be in a car, parked in some half-lit corner of a lot. Maybe you have this video playing through your speakers over Bluetooth. The heater is on low, making the cabin warm and slightly stale. Your windows are fogged around the edges. Outside, the poles in the parking lot cast their little puddles of yellow light on the asphalt, leaving wide stretches of shadow between them. You might even be in a mall right now, earbuds in, leaning against a railing on the second floor, while your partner takes the kids down to get their photo taken. Music is playing over the PA system. Probably the same 20 Christmas songs I have heard so many times that I can feel their chord changes before they happen. The smell of pretzels and frying oil is in the air. Somewhere, a fountain is running recycled water in a loop. I cannot see you. I do not know which one you are, but I know you are somewhere, in some room, or some car, or some public space, wrapped in your own small net of background noise. I also know that you live in a world where we have agreed, for the sake of convenience and nostalgia, that it is somehow normal to hand our children to strangers in costumes in the middle of crowded buildings and to pretend the worst thing that can happen is a bad photo. I am not telling you this to make you yank your kids out of line. If anything, I am telling you this because I think you should decide what you are afraid of based on more than cute commercials and minor incident press releases. The part that keeps me up is not the almost. It is not the moment in the hallway when I heard a boy's voice yell, "Let me out!" It is not the sound of the door frame splintering under Rick's shoulder. It is not the image of a neon blue jacket pressed against a cold concrete wall, under a security light, in the back of a lot. Those moments are bad. They deserve their own nightmares. But they are not what hooks in the soft part of my brain at 3 in the morning. What gets me is what I might not have noticed before that night. I think about all the hours of footage I skimmed without really watching, the crowds I scanned with one eye while filling out paperwork, the days when the Santa throne was just another box on a monitor I checked off at the end of a shift. How many times did he walk past my cameras? Nothing particularly wrong in his hands. No child already attached to him. Just another coat, another face. How many evenings did he lean on a railing, looking down, while I sipped bad coffee and complained about playlist glitches instead of asking why the same guy kept showing up? If you work in security long enough, you are told a version of the same line. You cannot catch everything. You are there to deter, not to play hero. It is supposed to keep you sane. Now, sitting here with the light buzzing overhead and the fridge motor silent for the moment, that line feels less like reassurance and more like an excuse we repeat so we can keep going. You are hearing this story because I do not want it to just be mine anymore. If you forget my name by the time the video ends, that is fine. I did not give it anyway. If you think I am exaggerating, that is your call. This is not a court statement. I am not under oath. I am just a guy who watched a man in a red suit step out of the safe part of a mall and into the gray edges where nobody likes to look. You are going to hear worse stories on this channel. Bloodier ones. Stories with bodies and headlines and police reports that tie things up with dates and charges. Compared to those, what I am telling you might sound small and unfinished. All I can tell you is that, for me, it never really ended. It just leaked out of Riverway and into strip malls in other states, into Christmas playlists in other buildings, into my own living room on a Tuesday night, while a local anchor recited another girl's height and what jacket she was wearing. So this is me, sitting at a wobbly kitchen table, typing into a browser window and hoping that if someone else hears it, I will not be the only one in the dark anymore. The building is very quiet right now. Too quiet. The fridge has not kicked back on yet. The upstairs neighbor has stopped moving. For just a second, even the pipes and the heater and the distant traffic seem to pause. If you are listening closely where you are, you might notice a moment like that too. A brief, hollow second between noises where everything seems to hold its breath. That is the space where my story lives. That is the space I am handing to you now. If there is one thing I have learned from all of this, it is that most people do not trust what they see. They trust what they hear. You grow up with certain sounds meaning safe, whether you realize it or not. In a mall, it is the Christmas playlist cycling over and over, the syrupy vocals and fake sleigh bells smoothing out the edges of everything. It is the cheery voice on the PA talking about sales and lost children like both are minor inconveniences. It is the buzz of the HVAC in the ceiling and the constant messy noise of kids laughing, parents talking, footsteps overlapping. Those sounds form a kind of blanket. As long as the music is playing, as long as the vent is humming, as long as there are little shrieks and stroller wheels and food court chairs scraping, you tell yourself nothing really bad can be happening within earshot. Your brain files all of it under normal and stops listening closely. That was true for me too, before I started replaying certain days in my head. I keep going back to these small, stupid moments that meant nothing then and mean too much now. One night, long before the blue jacket, I was walking a back hallway with Rick. The mall had closed an hour earlier. The public part of the building was mostly dark, but back here, the fluorescent still hummed, turning the world into gray and white. We were talking about nothing, sports, a busted kiosk, when a sound floated toward us from the far end of the corridor. A whistle. Not a sharp, attention-getting whistle, but someone quietly whistling to themselves. The tune was Jingle Bells, off-key but recognizable. It echoed down the hallway, weaving through the hum of the vents. We looked at each other, then at the doors we were passing. Mechanical, electrical, storage. There anyone scheduled back here? I asked. Just cleaners, Rick said, lifting his radio like that explained everything. We kept walking toward the sound. By the time we reached the end of the hall, it had stopped. The only thing moving was the emergency exit door, vibrating slightly in its frame as the wind pushed against it from outside. The crash bar was locked. The alarm panel was green. No one was there. Rick shrugged. Probably air in the ducts, he said. Or I'm finally hearing things. He laughed. I laughed. The vents hummed. Jingle Bells bled back in from the mall speakers through the wall. The real version, the one that belonged. We filed it under weird, but nothing. Another time, maybe a week after that, I was in the camera room late. The Santa set had just shut down for the night. I saw Larry clock out on the staff door feed, still in half costume, red pants and boots, jacket open, beard dangling around his neck. He waved at someone off screen, disappeared toward the employee lot. 2 minutes later, an alert popped up on my screen. North exit. Door ajar. It was the emergency exit near the food court, the one that stayed stubbornly quiet most of the year, and then decided to act up in December when cold air warped the frame. I flicked to the camera. The door was shut. The sensor light blinked from red back to green in the span of a few seconds. On the audio channel, I heard the last half second of the mall playlist, cutting out between songs, then the low whoosh of the air system cycling. I logged it as a glitch and moved on. Later, when everything unraveled, I went back through the alarms. That particular ajar alert had pinged at exactly 7:02 p.m., 4 minutes after Larry left, 2 minutes before I first noticed a second Santa sitting alone on the throne. Maybe a draft. Maybe the system burped. Or maybe someone in a red coat used a door I did not watch quite closely enough. Then there was the coat itself. I remember seeing it once in the back hall, hung on a hook outside the employee restroom. A red jacket, not the plush velvet of a North Star suit, but thinner, cheaper. The white trim was almost pink from too many washes. It smelled faintly like cigarettes when I walked past, that stale, clinging scent that never really goes away. "Whose is that?" I asked a cleaner pushing a cart by. He shrugged. "Dunno," he said. "Been there a few days." Later, I asked Larry, joking about him stashing a backup. He tugged at his own, the heavy, higher quality one North Star issued, and said, "Nope, I only got the one." He frowned when I described it, but then someone else walked into the break room, and the conversation slid away into talk about hours and overtime. These things feel small when they happen. You notice a whistle, a blip on a door log, a jacket where it should not be, and you shrug, because the background noise tells you everything is fine. The playlist is still playing. The PA is still chirping about sales. Kids are still laughing out there where the lights are bright. The building hums along. The safe sounds win the argument. What I remember most clearly now is not the noise, though. It is the little cracks between it. There is this strange moment in any big building where all the machines line up by accident. One song ends, and the next has not quite started. The HVAC pauses on a cycle. The PA is between announcements. The crowd thins just enough that their footsteps do not merge into a constant wash. A thin, fragile silence slips in. Sometimes it lasts less than a second. Most people do not even feel it. In those slivers, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the things that do not belong. A bathroom door closing very softly when every public restroom is supposed to be empty. The muted slap of rubber soles on tile just beyond the camera's view. The faint rustle of fabric against a wall where no one should be leaning. The small, hesitant voice of a child asking, "Are you really Santa?" somewhere just out of range of your microphone. I did not listen, not the way I should have. I let the playlist and the vents and the chatter convince me that nothing truly bad could sneak in around them. I pay more attention now, which brings me to last week. It was a strip mall again, not Ridgewood, not anywhere you have heard about on the news. Just another generic line of storefronts off a suburban road. Nail place, discount shoe store, dry cleaner, independent toy shop sandwiched in the middle. I had stopped by after work to grab a birthday gift for my niece. The sun was already down, the parking lot lights buzzing on, throwing that familiar sodium orange over everything. My car engine ticked quietly as it cooled when I stepped out. Somewhere nearby, a drive-through speaker crackled, spitting out an order. The toy store had gone all in on Christmas. Paper snowflakes taped to the windows, cardboard reindeer in the display, a speaker inside playing some peppy carol I could hear faintly through the glass. And out front, under the little awning by the door, stood Santa. No throne, no backdrop, no North Star branding or mall banners, no line of stanchions or elves managing a queue. Just a guy in a red suit and a cheap beard, standing on the sidewalk with a small brass bell in his hand and a plastic bucket at his feet. The bucket had a handwritten sign, "Free candy canes, Merry Christmas." He was ringing the bell lazily, not really in rhythm with the music inside. The sound had a thin, tinny quality, like the clapper inside was too small for the shell. Every few seconds, he stopped, reaching into the bucket to offer a candy cane to any kid walking past. Parents smiled. Some dropped $1 in a second container I had not noticed at first. A few kids hugged his leg. The suit was not anything special. The fabric looked cheap, closer to a bathrobe than a costume. The beard was the usual Halloween store mess, netting visible near the ears, elastic digging in. His hat was pulled down low. The white fur trim was already gray around the edges from handling. I told myself he was just some local hire, maybe raising money for the shop, maybe for a charity. This kind of thing happens. Not everything is a pattern. As I walked toward the door, the bell stopped. "Hey there," he said. Just that. 2 words. I did not want to, but I looked up. His eyes flicked over me in that quick, assessing sweep people give strangers they are not sure how to categorize. There was nothing overtly wrong in the look. No lingering stare. No double take. Just a momentary acknowledgement. Adult male. Alone. Not a customer with a kid. Not a target for candy or sales. It lasted maybe a second. The light above the awning was bad. Too warm and low, throwing shadows up instead of down. The beard hid most of his jaw. The hat cast a shadow over his forehead. But I saw enough that my body reacted before my brain came up with words for it. The bridge of his nose had a familiar bend. The outer corners of his eyes tilted down just slightly, giving his gaze a tired, hooded look that did not match the forced cheer of the suit. The irises were light, In that crappy yellow light, you could not tell if they were gray or blue or something in between, only that they were pale against the whites. The air seemed to thin around us. For a second, the sounds of the strip mall dulled. The hum of the sign above the nail place, the muffled music inside the toy store, the whoosh of a car passing on the road. The little brass bell in his hand was quiet, dangling. If I had stared a heartbeat longer, maybe I could have decided. Maybe I would have noticed he was too young or too old. Maybe I would have picked up on some detail that would have let me say with confidence, that is not him. Instead, every muscle from my neck down screamed no. I dropped my gaze, muttered something that might have been evening, and stepped past him into the store without giving myself the chance to look again. From inside, while I pretended to read labels on puzzles I did not care about, I could hear the bell start ringing again through the glass. The carol on the shop speakers rolled on. A child outside laughed. Someone said, "Say thank you to Santa," in that sing-song parent voice people use when they are trying to coach manners. I didn't go back out until I saw, through the window, that he had turned to greet a new cluster of customers, his back angled away from the door. I slipped past, head down, keys already in my hand. I did not look closely enough to confirm anything. I do not know if that makes me a coward or sane. All I know is that somewhere out there is a man who has worn more than one costume in more than one parking lot, and that the only thing between him and everyone else's children most days is a layer of sound that tells them everything is fine. If you have made it this far, let me say this as plainly as I can. I am not telling you to stop going to malls. I am not telling you to boycott Christmas, or burn the photos you already took, or raise your kids in a bunker somewhere. I am not even telling you not to let them sit on Santa's lap. What I am asking you to do is pay attention for 5 extra seconds in a place where most people stop paying attention the moment the music starts. Next time you walk into a mall in December, you will probably do it the same way you always have. The glass doors will hiss open with that soft, hydraulic whoosh. A little gust of warm, recycled air will hit your face, carrying the smell of pretzels, cinnamon, cheap perfume, wet coats, and something fried from the food court. Outside, the cold will feel like a memory. Inside, everything will be a little too bright. Over your head, the speakers will be doing their job. Maybe it will be jingle bells. This time, maybe something softer, but it will be some version of the same 20 songs looping, because those songs tell you you're in a safe, commercial holiday moment and not just inside a big, aging building full of blind corners and back doors. Your kid, if you have one with you, will probably feel that rush harder than you do. They might tug on your sleeve or your hand. "Look," they will say, "Santa." You will see the setup before you even turn fully toward it. Your brain knows the silhouette by now. Chair, tree, red suit, white trim. A little splash of red and green under the white lights. Maybe there is a branded backdrop, some fake wrapped presents, a couple of teenagers in elf hats checking people in on an iPad. Maybe it is a full, official booth with velvet ropes and a sign that says, "Photos with Santa, sponsored by insert company here." Maybe it is just a guy in a red suit standing by himself in front of a store, ringing a bell and holding a bucket, like the one I saw last week. Here is what I wish someone had told me to do. long before Riverway. Look at the setup, not just the suit. Is there staff? Are there other adults around who are clearly part of the operation? Photographers, helpers, someone with a name badge and a company logo. Is there a clear, official line, or are people just drifting up from all directions? Is there signage that says who is running this and when? Or is it just a folding chair and a handwritten sign someone taped up this morning? Does this Santa walk away from the set alone into the back hallways, or does someone always go with him? Does he appear suddenly from the crowd with no one else in uniform beside him? You are not going to know everything. You cannot. On paper, even the bad ones can look like local charity partner or freelance holiday entertainer. I am not naive enough to think a few questions will shield anyone from anything determined enough. But think about this. When you hand your child over to a doctor, you see their name on a badge, degrees on the wall, a whole structure around them that says, this person is who they say they are. When you drop your kid off at school, there are sign-in sheets, background checks, someone checking IDs. When you hand your kid to Santa in a mall, most of the time, all you have is the suit and the sound of the music and the assumption that someone else has already checked for you. You might be walking in this weekend, pushing a cart or wrangling small coats, when the doors open and the wave of warm air hits. Your kid might point to a man in a red suit, laughing under cold white lights, and bolt toward him. Maybe he is exactly what he looks like. Maybe he is a retired electrician who has been doing this for 15 years and keeps a file of every Polaroid kids have mailed him. Maybe his grandkids are somewhere in that line. Maybe he has more patience than you and I combined. But there is also room, just room, for him to be something else. Maybe he is a man whose real name no one at that mall knows. Maybe his address on a form is a P.O. box. Maybe the company that hired him did it through an agency that subcontracted through another agency. And the only person who has actually looked at his driver's license lives 3 states away. He might have worn that suit in more than one building, more than one state. He might have been on more cameras than mine. This is the part of the story where people expect some kind of answer. A photo of him in handcuffs, maybe. A line like, "They caught him eventually," or "They never found him again." Something to put the whole thing in a neat file inside your head. You are not going to get that from me. I have no update, no press conference, no body count, just a handful of grainy frames and a missing girl in another state, and a comment under a news clip from someone who thought they recognized that guy from a Santa gig. What I do have is the way this apartment sounds right now, while I am typing this. A second ago, the HVAC was running, a low breath through the vents that made the blinds tremble. The fridge was in one of its humming cycles, compressor buzzing, turning the back wall into a faint, vibrating drum. While I have been talking to you, both of those stopped. The heater clicked off mid-sentence, the thermostat deciding it had done enough for now. The fridge compressor wound down, the hum fading into a little shudder, and then nothing. Even the neighbor upstairs has stopped dragging furniture or stomping around. For just a beat, the usual noise dropped out and left a thin, ringing quiet. It feels exactly like being back in that camera room, watching the timestamp blink over a hallway while the wrong song glitched on the speakers outside. The silence will not last. It never does. In a second, something in this building will remember itself. A pipe will tick. A car outside will drive by. A siren will whine faintly down the highway. Somewhere, a playlist will roll into another track, and the illusion of safety will patch itself back over the gaps. But right now, while there is this little hollow between sounds, I am thinking about other rooms. Somewhere, in some other mall's security office, a different assistant manager might be sitting in a chair, like the one I used to sit in, staring at a wall of monitors. Maybe it is 2 in the morning. Maybe they are tired. Maybe they are rewinding footage from a complaint they got earlier. Nothing big, just a parent saying something felt off. Maybe, on one of those screens, there is a frame paused on a man in a cheap red suit. Maybe the resolution is terrible. Maybe the nose is just a blur. Maybe the eyes are so smudged by compression that they barely register as anything more than gray blobs. Maybe that person in that chair is feeling the same cold, dense weight in their chest I felt the first time I saw him look up at my camera. Maybe they know, on some level, that whatever they are seeing will never be enough to convince anyone who was not already scared. They will log it. They will mention it. Someone will write the words minor incident and unauthorized individual in costume in an email, and the building will keep playing music. So here is the only thing I have to offer you. If you go to the mall this December, if you find yourself standing in line with your kid or your niece or your neighbor's toddler shuffling forward on polished tile while "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas" drifts down from the ceiling, and they run ahead toward the man in the red suit, just give yourself 1 extra second. Not to read the sign, not to check the price, not to make sure their hair looks good. Look at his eyes. Ignore the beard, the belly, the ho-ho-ho. Those are all props. Look at the part of his face that is not a costume. If, for a moment, his eyes slide past your kid and land on you, if they look at you like they recognize you, like the two of you share some private joke or secret, and you know you have never seen him before in your life, I hope something in you remembers this, not as proof, not as law, just as a story one person told you on a night when the machines in his apartment took a breath at the same time and left him alone with what he had seen. You will have to decide in that second what to do with that feeling. I cannot help you with that part. All I can tell you is that sometimes the scariest thing in a mall at Christmas is not the empty parking lot or the dark hallway or the glitching camera. Sometimes it is how easy it is to sit your kid down in a stranger's lap while the music plays and never really look at his face at all.